to the live stream. And don't forget to like, subscribe,
and obey.
Burn way too many calories.
I don't like eating during the day. Food puts me to sleep. It's delicious. I love it, but it puts me to sleep.
It tends to make me more hungry. Because I'll get started and I just won't stop.
Alright, we are live. I actually finally friggin' got it all working.
Let's go.
Hey. Yeah. Hello, all my lovely chocobos and moogles. Thank you for joining us. I am surprised that I got this going at 7:15 still. I'm trying to get things set up and changed with it. Things like the chat showing on the screen, getting it to be able to do Twitch and YouTube both at the same time. I am starting to get better about fighting my low self-esteem and other issues, therapy, on meds, all that stuff. And I'm really trying to make an effort to making the stream better for everyone watching, as well as keeping it fun for everyone playing. So,
is there a Twitch link somewhere?
No, we don't have it up on. I don't have it going on Twitch yet, since I couldn't figure out how to add both of them to OBS.
Gotcha.
I only started doing it like 3 hours ago, and I kind of pushed it a little too close to the stream. I didn't get it done.
I think you have to have a capture card, if I'm not mistaken, to do that.
Yeah, I've got it starting to go. I think I figured it all out. I just need the time to actually sit down and set it up. That's the big part. Time. So yeah, anyways, we are here. Can anyone think of anything that we need to say before we actually get started with the D&D stuff?
What did we do last week?
Well, I mean, that's part of getting started with the D&D stuff. But the shorthand is you guys fought monsters and made some wishes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then it, basically what I wrote in the description of the video. You dealt with enemies, you made some wishes, and you, at the very end, Rath heard a gravelly voice in his head that said that, yo, Risha likes you, but prove yourself to me, because I don't trust you. That is like the super shorthand for the whole episode. I don't think we have any major holidays, international or anything like that, right around the corner, do we?
Labor Day's the next one.
I mean, do you want a holiday? I can bring one up.
I'm sure we could
find one for you.
Yeah, I'm sure we could actually find some here, but
recently was the birthday of Nikola Tesla. I don't think it's today, but it was recent.
Shit.
I mean, if you want a day, national day, it's a National French Fry Day today.
It's national. Okay. For everyone who loves French fries, today's your day. I'm not sponsored, but go to McDonald's. I believe most countries they have deals on French fries, like $1 for a small fry or something.
Wendy's best fries. Go to Wendy's.
Yeah,
you're right. Wendy's are best fries. I was just going like econo as best as I could.
Checkers better.
Or even better, go to your local burger shop and support people in your community by getting fries there.
We got.
I'll make my own fries.
Right.
I mean, if you want, from yesterday was National Slurpee Day.
I guess if she
shit.
That's 7-Eleven was doing those free small Slurpees.
Yes.
Who did
That's
say?
because yesterday was 7-Eleven. That's right.
Who said that? Who had better fries than Wendy's?
Me?
Checkers or Rallies?
Oh. All right, cancel the stream, Jess. We got back out of it. Me and Rath are gonna have it out. We gotta go.
No. We're gonna just set that aside. Set your beef aside for now, and
It's not
then
beef, it's potatoes.
okay, so set your potatoes to the side. Okay, just set your potatoes to the side. We're gonna do this stream. We're gonna have our weekly D&D, and then like tomorrow night, two of you, me, and Maya. That's 4 people, and if one more person here wants to jump in with us from the group playing, you can settle it through playing my board game on stream. How about that? That way everyone can see you two resolve your potatoes.
Yeah.
Yeah, solving them potatoes.
I will have to see about it because I'm in call this weekend.
Fair enough.
1v1 Dig Dug right now.
Well, oh man, that's tough. Shoot.
Yeah, I'm not good at Dig Dug.
Alright, well, it sounds like we don't really have much outside of the D&D stuff. So, yeah, we'll get started on that recap. We talked about it before stream, everyone watching. I'm going to go ahead and do the recap just because most everyone didn't really have a chance. Everyone started, they climbed it through the hole that had been formed before last session in the ceiling.
Welcome.
They looked around, they noticed that there was a room with a well. They went over, found the wishing well, had a sign. They knew it was wishing well because this said, 1 gold, 1 wish, 1 life. We made some jokes about, dang, too bad we're not playing at Tabaxi, 9 lives, 9 wishes. And then we actually made our wishes, not in order, but Tempest's wish was to get a glimpse of her future, in which everyone kind of saw a vision projected into the room of Tempest's aunt and uncle literally fighting in essentially a pit circle as the party surrounded them. Not sure if that was to make a pit circle or just the circumstances of the moment, but that's what it looked like. Twilight made a wish to know what was going on with the purple portal she went through. Well, as it turns out, all of the purple portals, they're a singular, not a plural. The purple portal is just the 4th wall breaking through and becoming visible and able to be interacted with. Presumably, the torment fragments kind of have something to do with it. There's too many similarities to discount that without further evidence. Captain Flowers wished to have Samus Aran's prime suit. This universe couldn't quite adhere to that for him, so instead he just has the blueprints for the autoplate pilot class, and the ability to start taking levels in that to actually make his own super suit. Autoplate pilot's a fun class. It emulates Iron Man, Samus's prime suit, any of those types of concepts. It's an interesting class with a metric fuck ton of customization for D&D 5e. Then Pius wished to have his memories restored, but discovered during a 15-minute reboot that his memory is mostly broken because there are hundreds of time loops that he has been through, and every one of them has a memory slot dedicated to when he arrived in the past to the end when he gets sent back again. And his memory trying to deal with having multiple events occurring at the same time, same markers, and all those types of things has made it not work correctly. But he did remember the scene in the library where he'd been learning, the one he remembered where he gained Goblin as a known language, gaining all the basic languages in D&D known, as well as realizing that he more than likely has learned literally every language at some point in his past. And that this tower, which was also in a smoke scene, is the Tower of Babel, also known as the Library of Alexandria in this world. And that he apparently became a guardian of this tower, making it a heroic deed of his past. At the top of the tower, though, there was a purple portal, and he realized that some type of ally awaited him on the other side of that portal, and that some levers on the north side of the room at the top were very similar to the Wizard's Tower you guys dealt with before. So either this is the same tower, one based off the same design, something in that. Then Rath's wish was to become 20 years younger and, like, no longer age. Yeah, and that's what happened, which did cause Rath to go up in strength and constitution. Both of those went up by 1 in the modifier. Just peak of the body. Peak of that physical body. And since you still have years and time to come, means you could get even stronger. So Nick was the last one on this list, but not the last one to make a wish. Nick started by using the Vizier card, which is very important to the wish itself. Ended up inside of Pius's mind and seeing memories and all the processes going on visualized. The card had been asked to see if there was a spell that could make Nick either into something as powerful or more powerful than the ritual in the book he has from his backstory, their backstory. And it was discovered by, like, zooming out through all of Pius's memories that all of them have been processing in the background a ritual that does exceed. It requires that ritual from the book and to perform this other ritual. And it's known as the Avatar of Ajax. That's the name of that ritual. And it makes the caster an avatar of the forgotten deity. It is a step along the way to freeing said deity from its prison. The wish in turn was to have a book with every spell in it. Instead of getting like a whole new tome or book or this massive 10,000 page mega tome, instead it actually turned a book you had already, which was one sheet of paper and front and back cover that could produce any published work. Now it can also produce any spell that you choose to look up. So you have a lovely spell book that can kind of let you look up anything that's not private information.
And it's pocket-sized.
Yes, and it's pocket-sized is one of the best parts about this. And of course the book contains every known spell, which includes that 9th level spell that you guys got hints at and have a decent idea of how to cast because of the visions. Wrath of Elemental Divinity, which we covered because you looked over it in the book. And then it also contained the Avatar of Ajax ritual, because that is clearly a spell in the world that is known because you know it. You saw it. But that makes the wishes. Then traveling through became a thing, trying to deal with hundreds of rats that had their heads split open, their brains showing. They're known as Cranium Rats, which kind of, after you've been dealing with them from probably about like 5 minutes or so. It's been like 5 minutes since you got the initial description. I'd say 5 to 10. Nick, you actually do realize what they are. There were experiments by an individual. It's unsure. It's debated exactly what this individual was, whether they're like a deity or a wizard or some other creature, but their name's Volo, and they had been experimenting on rats and basically just created a new breed that was just born like this. So you do know they're just naturally occurring beasts, but they're kind of a fucked up breed. You worked through the areas, you saw a space of magical darkness that had tentacle-like noises coming from behind it, and you all just kind of went, no, we're not dealing with that. No, we're not dealing with these rats. You know what, maybe we should at least check the chests. Okay, they were all mimics. We're not dealing with any of this. And you guys moved on, and Nick threw up a wall of force to make sure that none of them could follow you as they were chasing you at that time. And then, as you started going down there, that's when Rath heard the taunting gravelly voice, basically confronting you and challenging you to prove yourself worthy, Rath, of the task you were given to collect all of the deific artifacts.
When you say Volo, you mean Volothamp? Like the Volothamp made these things?
Volo's Guide. That book.
Yeah.
That Volo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Volothamp.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Fun fact, his full name is Volothamp. He just goes by Volo.
Okay, cool. I don't necessarily know a ton on that one, which is why it's up for debate in this world. He's not some recent figure after all. So, or he may not have existed in Maluviette at all. Could be something that crossed over from a different world.
Sure. I just need him to give me his magical eye. That's... Continue.
Do I get a sense of any kind of direction this is coming from or directing me towards?
Nearby and ahead of where you are now, you can tell that it's somewhere in these tunnels, for sure. And you can tell that it's hiding it's kind of, you can tell it's kind of hiding itself from you and not just giving you like this exact route to it. And that's part of it's challenging you to prove you're worthy of collecting these artifacts. So
I reach in my bag and I pull out what's it called? One of the tornado, we'll say the weapon.
Tornado Chakram. Alright.
Yeah. And I kind of hold it in my hand and look amongst the party. There's something here that I need to get before we leave. I apologize. And I put the chakram back and start walking towards my best estimate on the direction, which you said was where we were going anyway, correct?
Yeah, somewhere ahead, currently.
Okay.
Someone ahead.
If y'all wanna look at the third picture in the map stuff, I'm gonna go ahead and hey, it looks like it's there and ready. We're gonna put it up on the stream as well for a moment. Here, it is. That's the area you're coming in from the top right of it. So as you're coming down, though, you're getting near the end of that tunnel, heading into the middle portion between 1 and 2. When you hear that voice, and where are you? I need to be better at opening things. Yeah, you can see both into 1 and 2. Over in 1, there seems to be a smaller nest of these cranium rats. Only about like 15 of them. They don't seem to have noticed you. And over in 2, you notice, it looks like a very goopy, rancid pond, about 20 feet by 10 feet in size.
A what? A pond?
It looks like a pond.
Oh, a pond. Okay.
Yeah, pond-y.
Gotcha.
It looks like a pond, and it's very murky and pretty gross, to be completely honest.
And that's in 2, you said?
Yeah. It looks like it's gone rancid.
I wouldn't trust that not so much.
Did you mention what was in 3? I apologize.
You can't quite see over into 3. It seems to have gotten considerably dimmer. There's not as much moss on the walls up here. So it's just outside of your sight range. Well, more than just outside of. It's about 100 feet to the edge of that room.
Take a long, hard look around to see if I see anything as far as what I'm searching for.
So you're going to basically go up into each area, fully check them, make sure you're not missing anything?
I mean, right now I'm just standing at the entrance taking a long, hard look around.
Okay. Go ahead and roll perception. Everyone else, Rath said, hey, we got to find something important to me. And he does seem to have stopped and started looking around. So what does everyone else do?
So, may I ask Rath if it's a magical item that he's looking for, or if it's like, can you describe the item?
I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna assume it's got some magic to it, yeah.
You don't know what it is, but you assume it's got some magic, lad. Aye.
Okay. I'll use my magic.
Detect magic.
Yeah, detect magic.
All right. At the moment, it doesn't seem to. There's no. You can't detect any magic kind of in its radius. You kind of move from side to side because it doesn't have the biggest radius, so you move a little bit, trying not to make too much noise, not necessarily stealthing or anything. And you notice that the pond it has a life signature.
What do you mean by a life signature?
It seems to be alive. The pond seems to be a living thing.
No. Fuck, it's a mimic.
No.
I mean, you can still see through it. It's water. It just looks really dirty.
No.
Justin, do you remember what this is?
I hate you so much right now.
All right, Justin, what do we do?
Justin, finding out this thing has a life signature.
Do not touch the water. Do not approach the edge.
Got it.
Someone's gonna jump in first.
I mean, I am curious, but...
I am curious, but
Justin's freaking out, and I don't like that, so...
if you can try to press Justin, and Justin, if you're willing to actually give them what you remember of that, you're more likely to remember it in detail than real life. I know that the stressors we have in real life make it hard to remember certain things, especially something that in real life wasn't necessarily that important.
Hey.
But essentially, and I don't remember what the name of this creature is, I'm actually trying to find it currently. But it's an ooze creature, kind of like a gelatinous cube, but it works off that principle of mimics. As long as it doesn't move, you cannot tell the difference between it and water. And it waits for someone to try drinking from it, or getting in it to bathe, or anything like that, and then eats you.
I've seen it happen.
Oh, God. Fuck that. Okay.
Neat.
And where is this pond at? On the map?
It is in 2. It is in 2.
So we can pass by it just fine.
Yeah, you can. They don't tend to lash out. They legitimately wait for someone to touch them and interact with them.
All right, I'm gonna walk towards 3 and kind of see what's going on with that room.
Walk towards 3.
Yeah.
As you get up there and kind of look around, you get that better sight as you actually get closer. There we go. I found its name. It's called a slithering tracker. They are mediums. They take up 5-foot spaces, which of course means that if this is 20 feet by 10 feet, that's also more than one of them.
Mm-hmm. Yup.
But as you're looking into that room, you see another pond. Or no, that's not the room with the pond. Never mind.
You see
Whoops,
more
I mixed
ponds.
that
They're
up.
popping.
You
It's
see
becoming
more
an ocean.
ponds. No,
We're surrounded.
this is this is not the second room with a pond. No, this one has 4 flail snails in it. They all appear to be sleeping though. In that room, Rath, what'd you get on that perception check?
18.
18. As you're looking up, you notice that the rats seem to be pretty damn plump compared to the rats down below. And you see a lot of scraps of, like, bandit clothing as well. Well, not so much bandit, but these alleged kind hairstyers. You see more of their clothing there. They look like they're probably content, gonna leave you alone. You don't notice any signs that would show, like, someone's been that direction, or any type of maybe trap door hole, or, secret walls or anything like that. The puddle's off to the side. You notice that there is some of those the clothes floating in there as well, some weapons, and bones. Hint that maybe that is a dangerous spot. But from that entrance, as you're kind of taking a look, you don't necessarily notice any hints about what direction to go specifically. Other than one seems to be mostly safe, 2 seems to be extremely dangerous, and you kind of watched Pius just directly walk up to 3 and start looking around as he was going. But you don't hear him get attacked right away, so seems like it might be somewhat safe as well. You also figure that any creature powerful enough to be talking on the same level as Risha, a literal goddess, it's probably safe in that direction other than the deity itself.
Rath, not seeing anything pertinent to what is now his tunnel vision, what he's tunnel visioned on, he'll kind of skirt to from the one side to make it safe to get around, and then move towards 3 to see what was in there.
Alright. Yeah, as you're looking in there, you see that same basic, there's 4 flail snails in there. If you'd like to take a little extra time to actually look over the room, go ahead and give me another perception check. Tempest, Twilight, the 2 of you, are you doing anything specific as everyone's kind of started to spread out a little bit and search the localized areas? / panicking about some water monsters?
So I think I'll just kind of follow what everybody else is doing, but be alert.
Alright, you can go ahead and roll a perception check as you're just kind of following behind and looking around. How about Tempest?
Following Pius, practically climbing up his back, was being all like, is it safe?
Following Pius, just ready to attack if needed. That's fair.
Basically.
How about Nick? You've Nick, you've been told about these creatures that pretend to be water. You see more of this species of rat that is because of Volithen. And you can see everyone moving on towards 3 as well.
Oh. You cut out and then... Oh! And then I just heard a phone vibrate.
Hello?
Well, I didn't hear a phone vibrate, but I cut out. Yes, so you see the Volithen rats, you've heard about the water that's not actually a water, it's an ooze monster, and everyone's moving kind of towards 3, avoiding the other 2 areas. So what does Nick do?
Yeah, and the only person that's heard a voice so far has been just Rath, right?
Yeah, and Rath didn't say anything about the voice, just that we have to collect things related to my mission, and you do know that the mission was to collect divine artifacts.
Yeah, I know about that part of it at least. Yeah, I'm just sticking like close behind Rath, and it's gonna take me forever to remember his name. What's your fighter's name, Rath? Lormar. Yeah. Lear. I'm sticking right next to Lear.
All right. Give me just a moment. I just realized that I left the fan on, so the sound is probably still coming over on for all of you.
Yeah, Lear, Mar, whatever you want to call him. Roma.
As soon as I tried to pull the name from my memory, I remember that Jess was like, he went by Lear, and I was like, all right, there you go, that's it.
Yeah.
Yes,
that's he is a basic I can Pokemon remember that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right. Yeah. So, what is Nick gonna do then?
Yeah, I'm just hugging. I'm staying near Lear, and assuming the relationship between Lear and Rath, they're not letting each other out of their sights. So I'm just staying ready and available.
It's more like Learmar won't let Rath out of his sight, but Rath doesn't pay any attention to the fact.
Yep. All right.
That's fair.
So we do have.
I'm gonna stick right close to the fighter.
All right. Captain Flowers, everyone is moving forward, avoiding the water by your warning.
Hey.
So are you gonna what are you doing, presumably as you follow them? I can't imagine Captain Flowers running off separate from literally the entire rest of the group.
Why am I separate? I'm keeping it together with the group. I ain't touching the water, nothing. You can't make me. You can't make me die this time. You can't do it.
Don't slip.
I'm not gonna get jumped this time. You can't make me.
A wild Zubat appears. Roll a wisdom save. DC 19.
No!
Not supersonic.
Not supersonic!
Now Captain Flowers is confused!
Mecha Gajira, I choose you!
Level 4.
Oh my god, he did this to play a Pokemon game. I knew it.
Captain Gajira, use I-beams!
It's super effective.
That's just Lear.
Alright. Yeah, so you're following behind then. Are you doing anything specific as you do so?
Yes, I am just following behind. I ain't touching nothing. You can't make me. Keeping an eye out for dangerous or interesting things, especially penguins.
All right, then that would be a perception check as well. Let's start with Rath's perception check.
25.
25. Okay, I guess regardless of everyone else's, because you're all checking the same general area here through perception, and 25 just hits all the DCs, and information is being shared well enough. Yeah, you see the 4 snails, flail snails, but you kind of hear, and you don't, again, like the other 1 and 2, you didn't really see anything that suggested anything's going on there. You do notice this time some light footprints that are probably these Kindhurst hires that appear to be going further down towards 4 in that way, and you can also hear voices coming down from that way. The flail snails are definitely asleep, and they're within fireball range.
Why you gotta do that to me?
There's tracks. I don't think what I'm looking for is here. And he'll start moving towards 4.
All right. How about everyone else? Are you following along, or are you gonna take the temptation of surprising the enemy?
Nope. We are following. I'm making a group decision for all of us. No more fucking snails, please.
The
Drama.
tank said no.
Emotional damage.
I almost one-shotted myself because one of these goddamn snails. I'm not fucking with this shit anymore.
That's true.
I crit myself.
Yeah, almost. I mean, I did, but like, Jesus.
Seeing the group turn away from the snail's apprehension, releasing a little bit, Liramar is gonna use his second wind real quick.
Alright.
To kind of catch a breath, release one of those long-held sighs of thank God.
Thank God we're not going to be fighting these guys. Alright, how much does he heal? 1d10 plus 4.
I rolled a 9, so plus 4 is 13.
That is helpful because he was the only one that was like really freaking hurt still after the resting.
Yeah.
Dun dun dun! Alright, as you're moving down through... Oh! Why you gotta do that to me, Dylan? Why you gotta do that to me? One of the other Discord servers I'm in, the owner, who is my brother, is going by Blackstar in that server, and you gotta send me Blackstar Big Wave as a spell?
Yep. It's the same spell. It's the same spell as before. I just changed the name. We just forgot about it. We both forgot that I was working on a spell.
Well, you haven't necessarily had a ton of time to act. You haven't quite had that 2 hours to finish working on it. But, I like that name, Blackstar Big Wave. I am the greatest assassin! I shout as I start combat.
It's a component for the spell.
Verbal and somatic.
Yeah, as soon as you have your 2 hours to work on that, you will create this spell that was inspired by Dylan's real-world knowledge of anime. What was I looking at? Oh yeah, as you're heading down 4, you get a sense of something, and you kind of lose track of the voices. As you're walking, you get down towards 6, without noticing any offshoots or branches, and you can tell that goes outside, and you get the feeling that you have passed whatever this voice was.
Okay, I'm going to walk back and retrace my steps and look very carefully everywhere I can.
Yeah, and all of you know you were looking for something that was going to occur before the end of the cave. So you are more than welcome to assist Rath in backtracking and searching for this hidden passage.
We'll see what we can find. I'll be helping.
Alright, got advantage there.
Can I look separately and have someone else assist me?
Absolutely. Does someone want to assist Dylan, who's kind of searching as a separate group?
I'll do it!
Nick, could you search for, like, some kind of magical, maybe, pathway? Like,
sure.
To really look for, or maybe, like, a triggered door that opens with a button, or a rock you have to pick up. Something specific. I'll try and cast a wider glance.
Sure. I can also cast. Do I have any? I can do detect magic.
I can do it.
But we're gonna be here for a while.
What I was more suggesting is like you search for something hidden, like an investigation, rather than perception.
Yeah. I was planning on like doing a more, detailed.
Because I am not good at investigation.
Actually, you mentioning about the whole detect magic, that definitely matters a little bit if it's magic at all, or if there's something magical. And I kind of forgot about the fact that Twilight does have, Twilight's got it up right now. Not that you sense anything, but I need to remember that you have it on because there's other stuff.
Right.
Such as in room 3 where the 4 flail snails were, you were able to detect some other life signature in the middle of their little sleeping pod. There seemed to be 5 creatures in that room, not 4.
Oh.
Yay.
So what is Rath's advantage investigation, and what's Nick's?
I got a 22, surprisingly, with a natural 19. Let's go.
Nice.
21.
Oh my god. I out-investigated you.
You did.
What happens when you get 20 years younger?
Yeah, right?
Spry bastard. Fucking whippersnappers.
As you're going back down and you're being more careful, checking the wall, rocks on the ground, that sort of stuff, you can hear the voices again as you're focusing in as much as you can, and you can hear where the voices are coming from to narrow down your search. And as you're kind of searching and go to put your hand on a space, because it looks like maybe there might be a pressure plate there, your hand just goes through the wall. It's clearly an illusion, but Star, you're not feeling anything off detect magic for this illusion.
Alright.
I pull my hand back out and look at it. I think I found it. I'll go first. I don't want to put any of you in danger.
It is an overall fairly thin opening, like barely wide enough for Pius to kind of squeeze himself in through sideways.
Larimar, stay here. Guard them. I'm just going to take a peek. I'll let you know what I find. Also, and I'll make sure to give the pseudo dragon to Nick. Hold on to him for me. And I will try and...
Talking to me to the dragon.
Both of you. And I'll try and start sneaking through this crevice.
Alright, go ahead and roll a stealth check.
10.
10, alright. There was one stat block I didn't pull up in preparation.
Oh.
And it was always the most important one.
Exactly.
It really was, because it was like the stat block I was guaranteed to use. Well, aggressor wins ties on that stealth check.
Wait, am I aggressing? Hold on.
Wait, hold on. You're initiating this and trying to, like, you're the instigator in this situation of their perception detecting you. You're the main instigator, therefore the aggressor.
All right, Rath, give me your best aggressive stealth.
He hunches over and he just looks like he did whenever he was older. He's just...
Yeah, you put your hand up through that space and kind of start crawling through it, pressed in with your chest and everything. Because it's only like maybe about 8 inches wide. So it's big enough for like a human to crawl through sideways, but just it's a bit difficult for bulkier people such as Rath with his amazing constitution and strength combination, and being a dragonborn, just naturally a bit bulkier.
I'm using my claws to, like, pull myself through.
Yeah. And you reach your hand, like, that first bit, and you kind of start pulling through, and you've got your head facing the direction you're going, because you want to be ready in case there's something standing on the other side ready to hit you.
True.
And you pull yourself that first bit, and you can see that this entire thing is only about 3 feet wide. So, like, literally your next pull through will have you out the other side. It's not exceptionally long of a difficult space, but it is difficult for its short period. And you also see what appears to be several more of the Kinehurst employees on the other side.
Shit, I left the pseudo dragon.
And one of them is definitely a higher rank than the rest.
But does he have one leg?
No. The one leg, there is one guy there with one leg, but he's not a higher rank. He's the same rank as the rest.
How big is the room that they're in, and how close to them am I?
You're about, like, 40 feet away. So that tunnel between 4 and 5 on the map, you're essentially at the beginning of that on the right side, and they're at the end of it on the left, right before 5. And you can't quite see into the room. You're seeing their silhouettes more than full-blown seeing them, but you can tell that one of them definitely has nicer clothes in a different uniform.
Okay. I will...
It's about 60. It's about 60 feet, by the way.
And how, like, far of a crawl was it, did you say?
Like 3 feet. Or 5 feet, not 3.
I will try to silent whisper, just, like, cup my hands over my mouth, try and get all my noise down the tunnel instead of behind me. Be like, come through quietly.
We'll use your 10 stealth on that one. They're far enough down that they just don't quite hear you. But the rest of you do hear, like, hey, come on, follow me.
Lyramar goes first.
I'm right behind Lyramar.
Are you guys trying to be quiet about it?
Yes.
He's trying. It ain't happening, though, as Lyramar is in full plate armor.
Alright, disadvantage stealth check for the
he
heavy armor.
He rolled a 19 and a natural 1, so 2.
Oh, shoot.
You got a 2.
Just claw.
Bias. Same thing from you, because you're technically wearing that heavy armor.
I am the armor.
You are the armor. And I don't remember if you get to ignore the disadvantage or not. So, I don't think so.
Yeah, because no, I hold on. Let me look at my feats.
Well, it's from your the class feature thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he does get to ignore the heavy armor because with constructs it's built into them.
Integrated protection.
Yeah, because I'm not wearing. Technically, I'm not wearing armor.
Technically.
Okay.
Hey, it's D&D. Everything is technically.
Technically, it's the Emperor's new clothes. Ooh.
No, it's his groove. I'm sorry.
All day and pair off
the Emperor's groove.
He threw off his groove.
Oh.
Goose Scout. Poison for Goose Scout. Goose Scout's poison.
Okay, the way that it's worded, the way that it's worded is that, like, you did don it. Really weird, like, you're not actually, like, wearing it, which is why I count it more like a natural armor than actual armor. But by the way it would be worded, you should still have the disadvantage. on it.
Yeah, if you want me to have disadvantage, that's fine.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that because it kind of helps balance out the fact that it's not treated as wearing armor for class features. You'll still have the disadvantage from it.
Okay, so I still got a 13.
Okay, that's good. And I should move over to the dice rolls because I know a whole bunch of people's dice rolls are going to be in there as we all roll this out. How about Nick?
Big old 12.
A 12? We need Captain Flowers, Twilight, and Tempest as well.
What am I rolling?
Stealth.
Oh, it's gonna be great. Let's see.
Let's just cram these 8 people in this tunnel real quick. It'll go well.
It'll go great. Oh, 14. Oh, maybe that's enough.
Don't forget the hermit.
Oh, what the hell?
Let's see. Captain Flowers got a 14. Tempest got an 8.
My sight is scraping the walls.
Twilight's got to reattempt this roll.
Like, hermit, can you just, like, meld with stone and just wait here?
Twilight got a 22 with your 12 what?
Also, if my 12 isn't good enough to pass the stealth check for whatever they're perceiving, I know how I ruin it. We'll get to that.
So you're making a group check, and you still averaged 13. Which beats their passive 10.
Oh, thank God.
It is really... These guys were hired to investigate, pay attention, and find stuff. They couldn't hear you throw a bowling ball, you know? Yeah, it's like they're getting lucky because they have numbers. Like, you've seen that there were at least, like, 30 of these guys when they started. At least. Between the trees and the ones in here. Not to mention if there are even more.
It's sad because, like, during the tunnel crawl, I just realized Captain Flowers is right behind me, and I just look at him and go, mayonnaise.
Oh, no.
So you managed to keep your cool, but the mayonnaise actually helps you all slide through easier.
See? It was good.
Nice. Mayonnaise.
That's my favorite sentence so far. The mayonnaise helps you slide through easier.
Oh, Jesus.
The mayonnaise is the best lubricant you have currently.
Oh, Jesus. Lord, help me.
That's what she said.
Thanks, I hate it.
Mecha Gojira is unable to fit through, though. No matter what you do, he's just not going to be able to fit through, which is why he did not roll.
Hey, just stay there. I'll be back. Hey, just be a good lad. Oh.
What?
Alright, yeah, so you get on the other side, and some of you made a bit of noise, which was kind of concerning, and you get out and you're like looking down the hall and trying to make sure whether they heard you or not, and whether you should be prepping, and they don't seem to have noticed you, and you can see them start to move further down from the tunnel from where they are, away from you, and you kind of lose track of them as they begin to move away.
Well, anyone who wishes to hide should hide. I think what I'm looking for might be down here.
If you could die.
But I think I'm going to go up and talk to these lads. And lasses, possibly.
May I go?
Just let me do the talking.
Fine.
Alright. But again, if anyone wishes to hide, get a better advantageous position, you're free to now. And he'll turn and just start slowly walking towards where they were.
How grouped are these people?
They looked fairly closely grouped. There seems to be 6 of them. And the one in the middle is the higher ranking one. From furthest on the left to furthest on the right, you'd say maybe 20 feet.
I hid so well.
Okay.
I'm actually going to run after Rath on this, follow you in.
Captain Flowers is trying to sneak behind quietly, as this, everyone else is just kind of following normally, not quietly necessarily.
They never expect a dwarf.
Shit. Yeah, I'll follow.
You're not
follow
shit.
behind
I love
it. I'll follow behind at a little bit of a distance.
All right.
So like 20 feet.
How about Rath is at the front, not necessarily being quiet. His intention is to approach them and speak after all. Tempest, are you trying to be quiet or just following behind? Kind of like you normally would as a guard to someone on an escort mission for the Kindhairs.
Say that again?
Are you trying to be like quiet and hide yourself behind as everyone's moving? Or are you just kind of following like it's an escort mission from the Kindhairst family?
Yeah, I'm like right next to him. I'm not trying to hide or anything.
Okay. Twilight, how about you?
I was going with Nick or Rath.
Rath is leading it. Yes, most everyone is. But are you trying to be quiet or just like walking up there with them?
You know what? I could take my magic carpet.
So you're just gonna float up above them?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
That way I don't get blamed.
And Nick,
Is Lear?
Do what?
I was gonna stay with Lear if Lear's holding back and letting Rath approach. If not, I'm gonna stay towards like the tunnel entrance that we came through.
Lear is following right behind Rath.
Okay, then I'm hanging back. I don't need to be close for any of this, so.
Alright. So you stay back kind of towards the entrance. You can see through the illusioned space from this side. It's almost like a two-way mirror that's not physically there. Everyone else, as you're walking further up, you can see that this group of individuals seems to be searching around in room 5. You don't particularly see anything in the room, at first glance at least, as they're searching around. None of them have weapons drawn or anything. They don't seem to realize there might be danger around, so their guard is down. Everyone is moving out of your sight, though, Nick.
Yeah, I'll keep, like, I'll move to keep everybody. Yeah. I'm gonna hold towards the back, but keeping everything within my sight. But
keeping like 50 to 60 feet back, just on the edge of your dark vision.
Yeah. As long as I can see, I want to keep the enemies in my sight and my allies. And then the moment that one of them start to like not be there anymore, I'm gonna inch forward and keep that.
All right. Yeah, Rath, you have the floor as you are leading the group currently.
Okay, I'm gonna walk. I mean, depending on when they would finally spot us, like up to within 10 feet of one of them. Like, casually. I'm not trying to, like, show my presence. I'm not trying to hide it either.
Yeah. They're not necessarily the most mindful of individuals, as you've already seen. They, as a group, they got a 6 on the better of their investigation check. They got a nat 1 and a natural 6, with no bonuses, basically. They're not the most observant of people. The only reason they do finally notice you is because it's kind of impossible to not notice a big blue dragon person 5 feet in front of your face as you turn and you're looking into their chest. Because you are probably about 6 inches taller than the one you approach.
As they turn and I notice one of them spots me, I clap my staff into the ground and use its thunder feature just to create the noise.
Alright. We're going to roll 1d7 real quick. There's 7 of them in the room. On a 1, this is the dude that you have interacted with multiple times. On a 7, it is the commanding officer.
Okay.
It is the commanding officer that you just walked up to. Which makes sense that you'd want to approach the leader. So, Dice just working with it. She's about like 5'11", not like exceptionally tall or anything for a human. She is a Nuri. She's not like exceptionally tall or anything, but she was a little tall for averages of her race, gender, etc. But you're just tall, so she's looking up and going, "Oh, well, fuck." I guess it's good you haven't attacked yet?
I'm gonna say in Primordial, I don't think anyone here understands Primordial, so I'll just say something random that's like something that I know sounds menacingly and to people who don't understand the language. So, but it can be something like, "These fucking pancakes are delicious."
I would say that Primordial, in particular, of the 4 dialects between Ignan, Terran, Aquan, and Aran, Terran is definitely the most gravelly and harsh. It's very like Germanic in its flow. So you'd probably lean towards that.
Okay, so hold on.
He said yum. Bacon pancakes.
Bacon pancakes, bacon pancakes.
You trespass on my domain! State your purpose!
So you absolutely, you say this, and the people in the room, they clearly don't understand what you're saying, but that voice pops up in your head, and you realize that the first time it spoke to you, and this time both, it was speaking Terran, specifically, and it responds towards your saying, "You've tread upon my domain." "Oh, how amusing. You dare to say that this is your domain and not that of a god's?"
I think back for the intents and purposes that I have for it right now, yes.
You don't get a reply from the voice, as if it's waiting to truly interact with you still.
Okay. And just for clarification, I said the phrase in Primordial, and then I switched to Common for the halt, you trespass in my domain part.
Okay. It would the deity would understand both ways, so it's still going to respond to you. Okay. And the phrase wasn't anything too silly either. It wasn't necessarily relevant, but it wasn't like it wasn't.
It was just a curse at him, maybe.
Head. Yeah.
Yeah. You fuckhead or something like that.
Yeah, the captain of the unit kind of looks and goes, "Oh, can we ask why you're breeding monsters here then, if this is your domain?"
I have been absent for some time. I am here to cleanse it. You are now in my domain. While I do so, why are you here?
You get the same kind of spiel that the peg-legged fella gave you before he was peg-legged. And she tells you that they were hired by the Kinehurst family at the end of the Highroad to investigate and try to determine the source of the problems, where they may be coming from, if there's like a specific place, or if there's like funneling branches, such as the Noctera, the world's equivalent to the Underdark, that sort of thing. They're looking into that, and they believe that these purple crystals may be a part of it, or maybe a symptom of it, but either way, there doesn't seem to be a singular location that they have discovered it's coming from.
Go. Tell your masters of what you have found, and tell them that it has been taken care of. For it will be before the sun rises.
The group is more than ready to leave at the sight of the entire group. Those of you that can be seen, you all look pretty intimidating, like you know what you're doing. They're not necessarily looking into this about, oh, are they lying, are they telling the truth? They know you're tough. You battled death. They have been told about that.
Just stare at Pegleg the whole time.
Yeah, Pegleg was inching towards the exit the whole time. Ready to go. And you all get out. Or they all get out without much of a fuss. They don't try to fight. They don't grab their weapons or anything like that. And they start heading back down the way you guys came. And you're left in this cavernous space with yourselves.
As soon as I hear the last one scuffle through the little thing.
Oh shit, guys! I didn't know if that was going to work or not.
Yeah. I am quite impressed.
They were pretty easy to intimidate, honestly, but I'm worried. I think we might have bigger problems moving forward.
A quick note for Tempest. Tempest, you are aware of like the ranking of all of the different branches of the Kinehurst family. Because currently there's the main line at the end of the Highroad. There's the line that you are a servant to down in Maldrek. And there is one other line that resides past Eldwin in Hunrum Republic territory currently. And you know the ranking systems. And you can tell that they because of the captain, the head of their little group, they've basically been given an insignia for the absolute lowest bottom tier of you're leading a group that is representative of a minor interest of the Kinehurst family. You do see that on the captain as they're passing you. But only the captain has it, because the others are apparently considered that unimportant.
I was worried this could cause repercussions at home in any potential way, but yeah, they'll be forgotten about in a few days.
Oh.
If they haven't already.
True.
Yeah, the captain seems to recognize your crest, and you can see the suspicion on her face as they're passing, but they don't turn around because even if everything said was a lie, you outrank them.
I just stare hard at her until she's gone. Stare.
Does she say that while she does it? Stare.
Yes.
It's canon.
Oh, it's so good. I have a thing.
All right.
As they pass me, because I'm in the very back, so I'm assuming like they're like locking eyes and like staring at each other, and then it's just a wizard in their way. And I'm gonna look at the captain and go, one of your men informed me that the previous captain found a strange shard or piece. That wasn't you, was it?
No, that was the lieutenant above my unit here and a few other units. He went missing with one of the other units after they found that crystal. What was that, Nick?
Where was he last?
About 10 miles towards Pallet down the Highroad. That was where we last saw him and that unit that went missing. We were checking in with them at the time. Us and the other unit were both checking in with the lieutenant at that time.
He's dead. You're the lieutenant now.
Well, we have a chain of command to follow, and there are some other captains, but you might be right. Only if we survive and get out of here, though. So we will see you later, maybe, hopefully on good terms. She seems to be trying to rush along while not being rude either, because she does understand her place as a representative of a noble family.
Well, I've said what I needed to say. I'll let them go.
Making pancakes, making pancakes, making pancakes, making pancakes.
And then I start dancing. No, go ahead.
Making pancakes, making pancakes.
Yeah, so it just seems to be one wide open cavern.
Is there anything on the ground, or is it all just flat stone? Or?
It seems to be empty at initial glance and passively. You figure that there's got to be something in here to either find another hidden passage, like the other one that wasn't detectable by magic, or some puzzle in this room that you can't see at the moment to get this voice to actually meet with you finally. %20 chance, by the way. No, you do not have an oven built into your chest, Pius.
Did I say oven? I meant speaker.
You definitely have speakers, and you are more than capable of reproducing sounds that you can remember in detail. So you could roll an int check to see how well you remember it to play the actual song.
Yeah, fuck it. What's my score? plus tree. No.
I mean, you know the basic lyrics, but ultimately you don't actually end up playing the proper audio, and you just sing along instead.
Fuck.
You just couldn't remember it well enough to actually produce the exact audio clip. It appears to not be saved into your audio files.
I'll get it back someday.
Rath will.
Go ahead. I was about to ask Rath, what are you doing?
Rath will sit in as close to the center of the chamber as he can and put his staff down in front of him, sit cross-legged, and just try to meditate, just expand his consciousness.
Roll an insight check.
9.
9.
Das ist gut.
So you're going to be sitting there meditating for a bit. How about everyone else? You see Rath taking a seat in the middle of the room, and as he does, something all the rest of you notice, but Rath does not. It's almost like it changed as Rath was sitting in the center of the room, but it was like it was that way the whole time, and you just hadn't noticed. The room seems to slope gently into the center from the outer sides, almost like a auditorium replica, and the center space seems to be carved out almost like a spot meant for meditation. As Rath sits in it. You're not sure if Rath noticed that, or if it was just a coincidence, because you didn't notice, none of you noticed until that moment. Rath, you don't notice it, though, as you sit down.
Okay.
So, we'll start with Nick. What is Nick doing?
So, Rath is meditating.
Yeah, you can see Rath sitting down to meditate in this room.
Okay. I'll take the time to cast Detect Magic. Ritually cast Detect Magic.
Alright. That's going to be a bit. Twilight, you still have a couple of minutes left on Detect Magic, but you haven't detected any yet. You haven't really gone around the edges of the room. The room is about 60 feet by 60 feet. But yeah, you can just start walking around the edges. If you'd like, you can roll an investigation check alongside it. Even if you can roll an investigation check as well. Unless you literally just want to walk around feeling with Detect Magic.
No, I can do a... What did you say? Do a investigation check?
Yes.
I know that's pretty high. +7.
Okay, how about Pius? What's Pius doing? You can see Nick beginning to ritually cast something, and Twilight kind of going up to the edge of the cavern space and beginning to walk around it.
I'm going to
Am I allowed to re-roll that?
Yes, you can use a point of lucky if you want to re-roll it.
Alright, sorry to interrupt.
All good.
You're good. I'm going to ready a Sacred Flame for the first sign of movement that is not our party.
Okay.
And as an enemy, I'd like to add.
Something, the first thing that looks hostile.
Yes.
Okay, that's fair. Tempest, how about you? What are you doing?
I'm gonna sit in the corner and just start talking to my weapon.
So basically, Twilight starts going to the left around this circular room. There's not really a corner other than where the tunnel enters the room. And you go off to the right side, right there on the edge of it. Start talking to your weapon and all that. That leaves us with Captain Flowers. What are you doing in this room?
I'll just be taking out my axe and sharpen the blade.
All right. Twilight, the better roll being a 12 out of that. You get around the whole room. You don't find anything. No magic, no levers, no rocks or things to push, no traps. Seems to just be a big empty cavern by the time you get around it. After about like 10 minutes, because you're taking your time on it for a little bit at least. Nick, as your detect magic goes off, and you're kind of in the center of the room, getting a little bit different of an angling, basically, between you and Twilight. You have now covered the entire room as your spell goes off from closer to the center. And you don't feel any special magic or items or anything like that at first. But we go back to Rath for just a moment on this. And Rath, you've been sitting there meditating for about 10 minutes now. And you hear that same voice in your head, speaking to Aaron again. So passive. How can you defeat such an aggressive and powerfully terrifying enemy if you're this passive?
One stray thought as Rath is trying to keep his head empty is sometimes one must know thine enemy. And then he tries to just mind blank again, basically.
As you're doing this and meditating, and you feel magic. That's how you work as a sorcerer. And you feel Nick's detect magic go off. And it's almost like a sonar as your eyes are closed. And you get kind of a feel, and you realize you're sitting kind of in the middle of a space very similar to the one you spoke with Risha in. And you hear the voice speak again as you're kind of feeling this out, except it feels significantly larger than just like a 3-foot circle. And the voice speaks again. Then who am I? At this moment, I would consider you my enemy. So do you know who I am?
I don't. I'm trying to learn, but I don't know you.
So you don't get words back in response this time. You get a feeling, a challenge, to figure it out with only the resources you have in this room.
Rath is gonna start thinking.
Give you a moment to think on it here, about what you want to do, or just in general, the information you have. And we'll go back around the table, and we'll start with Nick. Nick, what are you doing now that you've got Detect Magic up? And you've seen Twilight walk around the room with hers.
Does Detect Magic ping anything?
Other than all of you and your equipment? No, it does not seem to. In fact, the room seems almost hollow. Like, it's got all that natural energy, but it feels like it's lacking some part of just what even a rock is. Like, it's some fake version of a rock's natural energy. The only things that feel truly full and alive and real at the moment happens to be the party.
You're cutting out, and I can hear like crickets. Yeah.
I know. That's driving me crazy right now.
You can hear crickets, but not me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I think that's what's causing it to cut out.
Yeah.
It might be. Unfortunately, there's no way for me to find the crickets.
Where is it, Jez? Where's the cricket?
Oh, no, I know where they are. The problem is it's behind a whole bunch of furniture in this garage.
Oh.
There's no way for me to get to wherever the heck it is. So, but everything feels very hollow. You can feel the rocks, the natural energy, the party, but unlike normal, the environment around you feels hollow. Its magic feels very hollow, despite being the natural energy. The party's the only thing that feels vibrant and normal at the moment. But you don't detect anything else.
Okay. Everything feels vibrant and all.
Only the party feels vibrant and normal. Everything else feels hollow.
Sure, I'm normal.
Okay.
Over that damn cricket!
I heard you.
Sure.
Nope. There. Now he's taunting.
Okay. So what can I physically see in this room?
Go ahead and roll a perception check for me. And we'll move on. Captain Flowers, what are you doing?
I'm hunting down the damn cricket.
You're hunting down the damn cricket in the room.
I'm hunting down the cricket.
He's on his way.
Go ahead and roll a perception check to find the cricket in the cavern. Because all you hear are cricket. A singular, extremely loud cricket. Pius, how about you?
I'm going to... So are we in the middle of this room right now?
You can be wherever you want to be at the moment. Rath is in the center, like the dead center. Nick is close to him, so is Liramar. Tempest is back towards the exit. Twilight's actually kind of close to Tempest at the moment. And Captain Flowers is Captain Flowers.
That's fair. Fuck, I don't know what to do. I'll just look around the room, I guess. Same as Nick.
All right. Do you want to go up to Nick and actually search the room with them, or separately?
I'll do the opposite side.
Okay.
Whatever opposite side Nick is on.
Go ahead and roll a perception check as well. Tempest, everyone's kind of been searching a little bit for the most part, other than Rath, who's still sitting in the center of the room. What are you doing at this point? You've been talking to your weapon for about 10 minutes.
Once on a scale of 100 that it said something to me. It is a Dollhand's scythe after all.
You focused really hard on it, and you got rickrolled by it. Since it actually has the QR code for rickroll.
Damn.
It says we're fucked.
It says it's never gonna give you up, Maya.
It's never gonna let you down.
It's never gonna run around and desert
Or
you.
desert you.
I'm ready to leave, people.
Alright, Twilight, how about you? What are you doing? After having gone around the room and not really felt anything.
Is there time for a short rest?
Yeah, you can sit down and just take a short rest right now if you'd like.
I'm taking a rest.
There's not really much you can get back on a short rest currently. But you haven't lost that many hit points since the last one, so... Actually, you didn't even fully heal on the last one, so... yeah, you might need that. So you started an hour-long process of resting. But let's start with with going back to Rath real quick, have you thought of anything specific you want to do or any information that may help you figure it out?
Can you describe to me again what it looks like around me? I don't remember the scenery overly well with Risha.
With Risha, it was, the top of the Wizard's Tower. There was a circle of bookcases. You're in the center of it. And, this 3-foot space had this shield-like magic around it that when you stepped into, you were able to see and speak with Risha. And here, you didn't see anything like that, but you felt it as you were sitting here. When the detect magic went off, kind of created a sonar ping, and you felt something similar around you. Except that barrier doesn't seem to be a few feet. It seems to be more like about 15 feet in any direction from you.
But I am in it currently?
Yeah, it does feel like you're kind of in the center of that. You open your eyes again just to try to take in the scenery again. So go ahead and roll a perception check.
Okay. 25.
25. Nick, how about yours? How about your perception?
24. What is with you one-upping me today?
Pius,
to be fair,
perception
perception is something.
Oh, what was that, Rath?
I was saying perception is something I'm good at, to be fair.
I mean, I'm good at perception, too.
Yeah, but I'm really good at it because of these goggles.
Alright, Pius, what'd you get? Please tell me it's a 23.
It's a 15.
Dang.
Wait, can I get an assist from Handy and him just put his fingers up on my arm and he's acting like he's looking around?
God damn it.
It's adorable, but not beneficial.
Amen.
Tempest wasn't looking for anything. Twilight, were you looking around as well? I can't remember at this point.
Yeah, she was resting.
That's right, she was resting. Captain Flowers, you got a 17, it looks like, on the perception, looking for the cricket. You don't find it with a 17. Yeah, you don't find it, and it seems to have stopped. Nick, Pius, Captain Flowers, none of you really find anything or notice anything. Pius, Captain Flowers with 15, 17, you really don't notice anything in this room as you're kind of moving around it and looking. Nick, you can tell there's something wrong with this room. There's something that you're not seeing, and you know you're not seeing it. And you are so close to being able to perceive this, but you're not sure what's holding you back. It doesn't seem to be your perception itself. It's like there's some mental block keeping you from really seeing this room for what it is. Rath, you open your eyes, and you start to look around, and you feel almost woozy for a moment. The room seems to just expand, contract, expand, and then it kind of settles. And you realize that you are in the middle of the barrier. You can see the barrier now. It wasn't 15 feet, it was almost 100. And everyone is on the outside of it, other than you. You are about 100 feet away from everybody else in the room. And you're looking forward, opposite from the entrance, and you see a very monstrous figure standing there. It has 6 legs, all of which seem to be from different creatures. Its body seems to almost be made out of a combination of flesh and rock. It has a face that's almost like a weird AI mashup of a human face and like a Boulette's face. The Boulette monster. It has scales and carapace plating. It has 4 arms of different sizes. One's this enormous muscular human arm. Another seems to be almost a tentacle and not an arm, but it still has like the finger-like appendages at the end of it. And just in general, this thing looks more like a monster than a person. It has just the slightest bit of resemblance to a person. I'm trying to get to the pictures on my phone real quick so I can send it to you.
But it looks like a rock?
Its skin seems to be made out of rock and skin, like some weird combination that's both. And I almost sent that in the wrong chat. Highroad pics. A couple of its arms do look mostly human, other than the weird skin thing. This is like a close-up. Like, this is just like the center torso space looks very human. The legs being more on the outer part of the body outside of the frame of this picture that I just sent.
It's kind of hot, honestly.
Everything that I was working with trying to generate these pictures, overlaying various images on top of each other, AI generation for this part, AI edit for that part, and it refused to do anything besides make it hot. I'm like, this is supposed to be a monstrous deity. Why does it want to make it sexy?
Do 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 do.
You're no deity that I know of.
It's Stripper Nick's fault.
It's Stripper Nick's
He
fault.
infected your AI. I'm sorry.
Yep. Yeah, but you finally realize the room you're in, you see it for what it is, and you see this deific entity standing in front of you. Plain as day.
I look at the legs specifically. Are there... What is at the end of them?
One has a hoof. One has a claw-like appendage. No real fur or anything. But other than that, it seems to be shaped almost like a wolf's paw. Another seems to just be straight up a human foot. And the last one seems to almost just be a weird protruding nub, like as if it's a club, not an appendage. The other two look like the front mandible legs of, say, an ant. Which are those two leg-like appendages you can see coming out of the waistline in this picture. I am trying to get this up on the stream for everyone watching. There we go. I've got it up there now.
I have no idea who you are. You could be Agnos or Highroad. I don't recognize you as any deity that I've ever known.
You do get speech back this time instead of just a feeling. And what's around you that can help you figure out which one I am?
Books, I assume. I start looking around. There's shelves of books, you said?
No, that was in Risha's. This just seems to be a large open cavern. The only things you see in this room besides yourself and him happens to be the rest of the party and the barrier that you remember prevented anyone else from entering as well when you dealt with Risha.
Do I notice, has the room changed as you described to them to me as well?
Yeah, it's still pretty much, it's still that large open. You see that it looks almost amphitheater-like. The main difference between like how everyone else has seen the room, they've seen it as being only like 30 feet across. Like, well, not 30, 40 feet across in any direction. You're seeing it like 160-foot radius from the center where you're standing. At this point.
I take one last look at this being. If you're one of those two, this is not good. But one of them. Yeah, okay. And I begin walking towards Nick. I turn my back to it and begin walking towards Nick. Because the only thing in this room are my friends. Maybe they can help me figure out what this is.
You get no response from the deity. But you approach Nick. You step outside of this barrier towards Nick.
Has the dimension shifted again?
No, everything still looks the same to you. But you get the feeling that everyone else is still viewing it as they were before.
Okay. Nick, can you gather everyone for me?
Absolutely.
And
everyone got.
I want to watch and see, like, does it look like they're, like, sprinting or moving extraordinarily quickly? Like, or is time different as well? Like, at this point, Rath is very curious about what this means.
So, Nick and Rath currently are on the opposite side of the room from the entrance. And you kind of all are being called over to that area from opposite sides of the room. And Rath, what you hear is a fairly loud shout out of Nick as he starts trying to gather everybody up. Or they do. And they seem to be shouting loud as if the room is that size. And everyone, you hear Nick kind of just, hey, no shouting or anything. It's not like he's that far away from you after all. Not by your perspective. Sounds totally normal. Who all is going to walk over there?
I will.
Okay.
Sure.
Tempest is going to head over there. How about Twilight?
Oh, am I awake?
Yeah, no, a short rest is not sleeping. It's sitting down and taking a break.
Hell yeah, I'm going over there.
Okay, what about Captain Flowers?
I was looking for the cricket, but I guess I'll go towards the middle of everything.
Alright. All of you kind of just take the most direct, straight line path you can. Pius, as far as you can tell, you walk through the center of the room. Now, Rath, what you see is a very different story, as everyone, they're walking straight, and then they kind of veer off around the barrier. All moving at a more or less equalized pace to each other. Fairly slow. You're pretty sure that it took them about like 30 seconds to walk over to you. Everyone else, like, it just feels like it was a couple of seconds. Again, it's like 20 feet away. Like, you can walk that in 6 seconds without rushing.
So either time is off or my sense of time is off. Got it.
Well, you also saw everyone divert and go, like, not straight to you, as they were almost pushed around the barrier.
Writes down, no senses can be trusted. Okay. Everyone,
Is there any audio difference, or does it sound like normal?
Everything sounds normal to you at the moment. Whatever sense of the room being off disappeared the moment you started seeing the room like this.
Okay.
Okay. I have a thing I would like to do.
Yes.
If this is a big if, do you describe the entity you saw?
Well, I haven't yet.
Okay.
Everyone's just getting together finally.
Yep. Go ahead. Take your time.
I have a problem, everyone. I'm seeing things, and I turn and I look where that entity was. Do I still see them?
Yes. They are just standing there. They
like 100 foot away.
Yeah, they are a sizable entity. Unlike Risha, who appeared to you essentially the size of any human, this creature stands about 30 to 35 feet tall and is essentially the size of a quadruped in that sense. So 30 to 35 feet tall, about like 30 feet long and 30 feet wide as well. 25 feet wide. Not quite as wide as it is long. And from this angle, you start to realize its general body shape is very insect-like.
Okay.
And you see a couple of smaller legs on the back you didn't see before that are kind of rubbing together, making a cricket noise.
Nice.
God damn it.
So I'll look back and look at it for a moment. There's something in the room with us that I can see.
Is it the cricket?
Actually, yes, and I'll point to it. I assume they see empty room.
When you all look over, how hard are you trying to focus on the spot?
I'm looking for this cricket really damn hard.
Okay, but you're looking for a cricket, not a big monster?
I mean, cricket, big monster is a monster, big cricket. If it is, it's a cricket.
Well, I mean, I would say Pius is looking pretty hard because he was prepared to fight anything that was deemed hostile. So he was kind of ready for this.
Alright. How about Tempest?
I'm kind of just focusing on the direction he's pointing to.
Alright. Twilight, what kind of focus are you giving towards what Rath has just said and pointed out? Do what?
Huh?
What type of attention are you giving?
My uncle just walked in. So, I am just I'm kind of just watching Tempest.
You're watching Tempest. Okay.
Yeah.
Nick, you're the last one to ask about how you're handling having an alleged giant monster pointed out.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and focus on it as best I can, obviously. See if I can make it out with what is being described.
Okay. Then Captain Flowers and Tempest, the two of you roll perception. Pius, Nick, the two of you need to roll insight.
I rolled a 6.
Of course you did.
I rolled a nat 20.
Nice. What's the total on the insight? Because I don't remember your modifier.
27.
27. All right. Just waiting on Pius's roll to come over. 18. Das gut.
I got a goddamn 18 there, boy. Yeah.
Damn.
Oh, shuckaroonies, bucko.
Yeah, and that's why I was asking each of you, kind of how you were going about this and paying attention. Bias, Nick, you both incorporated what it looks like into it, which is why you got to roll insight instead of perception. Whereas Captain Flower's like, where's the cricket? A giant monstrous cricket, not really taking into consideration any strong details of trying to focus on very specifically what's there. Same with Tempest. So the two of you that rolled perception, the DC was 25, which, Nick, that's why you could feel it and you were so close. But you could also tell that there was something else you were missing. It was that insight that you were missing. And when you two rolled insight, the DC was only like 15, so you got it. Pius and Nick, you both experienced the same thing as Rath, where the room seems to stretch, compress, and finally just settle, and you see that the room is actually significantly larger with that barrier surrounding the middle space. And you can see this deific being in the middle of the room now. Tempest and Twilight and Captain Flowers, on the other hand, no, this room has not changed for any of you.
Did you see this cricket? Because I don't.
That is a very large cricket.
We switch it.
I'm sorry, are y'all seeing shit now?
It's been speaking to me since not that long ago.
The cricket?
Yes. It told me, beckoned me, as if it had one of these artifacts, as if I should be collecting it. It asked me who it is.
Sure.
I have a couple of ideas, but it doesn't make sense with what I know of them.
Okay. Now that I can see it, I have a thing I would like to do, and then I have a suggestion on some rolls, and I want to know if any of them are applicable.
Okay.
So I'm gonna pull out my notebook, my little handheld book, and I'm gonna go gods and what do they do, and it will become a book of gods and what they do. And then I would like to roll to try and figure out which god, entity, deity this being is claiming to be, with either history, investigation, or religion, which I think those are the most applicable here.
So religion would go more off knowledge you have versus what key information would get you to the right answer in the book. Insight would be more about putting that together to conclusions to get the correct information in the book right away.
Not insight. If I said insight, I misspoke.
You didn't. You didn't.
Okay.
I'm letting you know that involving the book to find it would be an insight check, but you could just roll religion based on the knowledge you have picked up.
Sure.
So you can do a religion check since it's one that you want to do.
I mean, I don't want to do religion. What I want to do is investigation. But I will do a religion check if you'll accept that. Can I have, and I'm going to be a D&D nerd here, and go, DM, can I have advantage for having a book that has the...
Yes, you do. You get advantage because you have a book to help you.
Thank you very much.
You also have a cleric next to you.
Yes. So, Pius, you can either just help along, or you can make your own roll of some sort as well.
I want to roll my own religion check, if you don't mind.
All right, you can go for it. Rath, do you want to participate in rolling their thoughts?
Handy is on Pius's shoulder, tapping Pius on the chin, like Pius is thinking real hard, like that, like stroking his beard if he had one.
Pius flicks him off.
Dylan,
No!
He's concentrating, motherfucker.
Dylan, I wanna ask you a question about your real life knowledge. Do you know Morse code?
No, I know very little Morse code in real life. I know the difference between. I know that if I hear Morse code, I know the difference between a long and a short, but I don't know.
You can't actually read it as a language, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I was asking for a reason, because if you knew Morse code, you could transfer Handy would know Morse code, and there would be a chance that Pius would know Morse code, and that he was actually assisting through Morse code. But since you don't know it, neither does Handy.
I rolled a 24 on my religion check.
Okay. And Pius, looks like you got a 16. Okay.
I'd like to maybe give advantage to Pius. Rath will start telling the story of what happened on the ship and how he should be dead at this point. So both the deity of death as well as the deity of water have kind of claim on him. Could have something related. I don't know. These are just idle thoughts as he's trying to figure out who it is.
All right, Pius, you can go ahead and get that advantage roll.
Thanks, Rath.
You're welcome.
Gonna roll in that one now.
No.
Pretty damn close.
15 and 16, so your 16 is higher.
Feck.
Worth
a shot.
You and Dylan, or you and Nick, you do both come to the same conclusion. Nick comes to the conclusion maybe just like a few seconds before you do. Like, whatever Nick starts saying, you figure it out, Pius, before it actually gets to the point. But this is Skarm, the elemental deity of Earth, and probably the number one antithetical deity to Rath, who it relates to wind and lightning.
That was option 3 along with Lolth.
Skarm is also known as the father of monsters, although there's nothing in the mythos and no evidence that Skarm actually had anything to do with the creation of monsters. It's just because of how he looks. He primarily governs under like concepts of ideology, and what he seeks in his worshippers is powerful resolve and fortitude of body, typically. Those are like his main tenets and ideas when you boil them down.
Okay.
He's also not one to talk much.
So y'all relay that?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
If you're sure, I'll address him again. And Rath looks at everyone, making sure everyone's okay with it.
We're talking to a cricket gun.
Yes, essentially.
Tell him I want to squish him.
We'll see about that.
That would not be advised, Captain.
I have 2 axes, and I have dwarf acre. I will take advantage of it.
Unless you're the size of gargantuan, I guarantee you will not be able to squish this particular cricket.
Those of you that can see him, his leg that ends in a hoof, that hoof is slightly bigger than Captain Flowers. Just the hoof, let alone the rest of the leg.
Yeah, this is not a playground for shenanigans.
At the very least, you could hump its leg.
Serious faces, everyone.
And Rath will turn and start walking before that got any worse than humping its leg.
Apologies.
Alright, so you're heading back to the center of the room, is my understanding of what you're saying?
If he doesn't react before I get like 30 feet from him, at 30 feet I'll call out to him. Scorn I call thee! And kind of just clap I won't use the thunder effect, but I'll clap my staff down kind of a little bit harder on that note as I walk.
His eyes have been following you the entire time. He's been non-stop reacting to you. As far as words, he's not saying much. And he was standing about 30 feet from the center of the room. You met, which you can see the little meditation space there now, where you'd originally been meditating. That's the center of the room. You met everyone kind of on the northeast. He was, based on the map that you're seeing, you met everyone like northwest. He's directly west, the opposite direction of that entrance, which is on the east.
Okay.
And he's about 30 feet to the west from the center of the room. So you got that 30-foot gap as soon as you get back to the center.
Okay, well, I'll just stand in the center as I say that. And, regard him.
Yeah, you respond, you shout his name. And what you get back from him isn't really praise. He admonishes you slightly for having not even known the basic elemental deities. You should have known that on your own. And you probably could have figured it out quicker if you just asked your friends sooner. But at least you know now. Indecision and your lack of action could lead to those you care about becoming hurt. But what I'm going to ask you now is, do you know why I don't put my trust in you the way Risha does?
You're misaligned, for one. If you're looking for a deeper answer than that.
Can you tell me what aspect of your personality may be misaligned with mine?
Maybe what? I'm sorry.
Can you tell me what part of your personality may be misaligned with mine?
Of my personality?
Yeah. Where in your personality and mine do we grind?
I believe in roots. People who have roots and a strong foundation. I don't have that. I'm a wanderer.
That's a good start to figuring out the problem, and maybe how we can fix this, how you can prove it. Risha believes in you, and I don't. You don't have roots. You don't have... Some would say you don't have integrity. I think that may not be quite the right word. You don't have resolve. You believed in your captain, and the moment things didn't look the way you thought they should, you turned on him. You believed in Risha having saved you, and the moment you saw something else, your faith in Risha was gone.
My faith is not gone, it's questioned. There's a difference.
Questioned.
That's
gone. It wasn't sturdy, either way. How... Sorry, we keep managing to pause for the exact amount of time. He continues, though, and how can you expect me to believe your resolve will not change on this journey. It is a long one. It is an arduous one. And any faith in your mission that you may have will be tested time and time again. Time and time again in the past, you have proven you do not follow through. You were willing to die to take that torment fragment, but your death would have stopped nothing. You resolved to give up, not to solve the problem.
My death could have saved that crew had I been stronger. You claim to know me. You know what you see. You don't know my intentions. I'm unwavering from this quest because this quest means I finally understand what in the fuck is going on and why everything around me is happening the way it is. Question it all you want. Like I said before, you don't understand the intention behind the actions.
Then explain your intentions. Why do
I trusted
you
the captain to lead his crew. It was for the good of the crew, and he put them all in danger. I held on to my trust for that. Risha, I admit it is questioned my faith in her. She saved me. I thought she saved me. It felt like a lie. But this quest, this journey collecting these artifacts, it secures the future. And what I need is time to figure out myself. And that will give it to me. Everything that I need comes from this quest. I will not abandon it.
Scarm doesn't speak again. And for those of you that can see him, you see him kind of fade away. No words, silent, and in the center of where he was, you see a pair of boots and a ring, surrounded by a second barrier. But he gives you no indication as to what he means by these actions, or what the barrier is. Nothing. He just disappears.
This feels like a trap. Should I?
I think is respect.
He's a bitch.
Whoa.
Rath will reach forward and try to reach through the barrier.
Let me get on the correct pages real quick.
I'm sorry, everyone. I just killed us all.
Alright, you are at full health. That's correct. Yep. You mentioned how you haven't taken damage.
Yep.
You take 15 damage as you feel your life draining away into this barrier.
Am I able to reach through it, or does it stop me?
You hesitate and pull back, not because you hadn't been expecting what just happened, and it was an excessive amount of pain, being that it was over a third of your hit points.
Did it? So I pulled back, but nothing stopped my forward progress, right?
Nothing that you noticed, no. It didn't even seem to resist the way, say, water does. It was more like air.
Rat's just holding his hand. Can you heal this I'm going to do something stupid afterwards. That's your warning.
But that is my job.
I know.
I believe I got you both beaten, Age. Sure.
True, but all right.
And then I'm going to cast spell tab load, please. Okay. I'm going to cast mending. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes.
That was the plan. Oh,
healing word.
Healing word has a range of what again? 60 feet?
60 feet.
All right. Yes, you have the range for that. Go ahead and roll the healing.
Fuck, that's Steam, not Discord. What the fuck? Okay. What the actual hell? Alright. Wait, what's my wisdom? Hold on. Oh, it's plus 5. Okay. Alright, there.
I didn't.
Wow.
6 hit
Garbage.
points.
Okay. Thank you. Just to make sure, take out a refined tonic and drink it.
You get back 25% of the health, and yeah, refined tonic's 50%. Never mind. If you have a regular tonic, that's 25, and you're pretty sure that would top you off. You don't have a choice here.
Just in case we are unable to procure your corpse, would you mind tying a rope around yourself?
You really say corpse there, Bias.
Sure.
Well, yes. I don't know if this will kill him.
I will hand off my belongings, my staff, everything that could get disintegrated, essentially.
Get butt naked right now.
No. I do leave my armor and stuff on.
All right. That was a joke, by the way.
Okay. And I'll tie a good knot around my midsection.
This is awkward.
You're making sure they can reel you back in. All right.
Yeah, I guess so.
You go to reach in again, then, yes?
Yeah, just trying to grab the boots and the ring in one motion if I can. Probably not, but and get the fuck out. You
take another 11 damage as you're putting your hand in there again. And you know it's coming. You've braced yourself. You're ready to keep reaching through. And once your hand finishes getting through the barrier, you can tell you're gonna get like your entire arm in. You're gonna go shoulder deep before reaching it through the barrier. As it hits your wrist, you feel the energy start to drain again.
Okay.
I didn't learn a lesson.
For another 14 damage.
Okay.
You didn't learn a lesson.
Can I drink a tonic with my offhand? Probably not, huh?
I mean, you have access to your bag of holding this way still, so you can pull it.
I'll just say I had one refined tonic, like in my hand, ready to go for it.
All right, so you got 50% of your health back, which would be 21.
Yep.
So that'll bring you back up to the 40. You get elbow deep in this, and you feel it draining your life force again.
How many? I'm sorry.
Haven't said the number yet. But you get elbow deep, and it seems to drain your life quite a bit more than it did before, as it hits you for 21.
21?
Yep, exactly what you just healed.
Okay.
But you are deep now. You are halfway there.
I think you're dummy. We should pull him back.
Yeah, nope. I grab, and I go to start pulling back.
You
I'm
start pulling back?
screaming in pain at this point. Yeah, if I grab the boots in the ring in one go, then I'm pulling back.
You are only halfway there at the moment. And the pain itself... Nah, you are elbow deep, and you're going to have to get shoulder deep. You feel this pain. It is draining at you, and you're pushing through. You are doing everything you can to push through, but the pain itself is trying to force your arm back. So you're reaching slower than a quick swipe.
So I'm not going to make it before I go then.
You have, you might not. You're rolling the dice right now.
I can use the rest of my spell slots.
I'll keep going. This is what I'm committed to.
I'm doing it. I'm fucking doing it. We're doing this right now.
Okay. I'm out of healing myself, so.
You're, I'm guessing you're rolling, your highest possible ranged healing?
Yep. So... Would I say plus 10 since it's plus 5 for each heal?
Wait, what?
You're only getting in one heal at the moment, unless someone's trying to pump magic into you.
Okay. I'm healing you again.
Well, I'll pump magic into him.
Oh, shit.
If you're willing to pump magic into him, that means both of you need to roll an Arcana check.
Man, if only if there wasn't something that could be created to, like, reach into it that wasn't, organic.
Oh, if only Mechagodzilla was able to follow you through.
Or if, someone was smithing, be able to make something like a grabber.
Can everyone see these items?
Only the people who have seen through it.
So this is very funny.
Twilight, Tempest, and Captain Flowers. A lot of you just see Rath on his knees, reaching forward, screaming in pain with nothing in front of him. He also doesn't look that far away either.
But he took madness worse than I did.
So, Nick, Pius, what are your Arcana rolls?
18.
18.
Hold on. Oh, fuck. $16.
You do it. You do it. How hard are you... Well, you might do it. How hard are you trying to push the magic in here? How far are you trying to upcast this, Nick, as you push your magic into him?
Oh, no. I have no spell slots left. This is bad. I'm gonna say level 3. I'm gonna say
you're upcasting it to level 3. All right.
Yeah, it could still hurt a lot, but we're doing it.
Okay. Yes, your roll, even with the modifier from the level of the spell, still succeeds. You're good. So roll another 2d4, as well as another plus 5 for Nick's modifier.
So 2d4 plus 5 plus 5?
Just plus 5. Just a single plus 5, because you already got your plus 5 with the first d4.
Alright, got it.
That's 18 you heal, back up to 37, Rath.
37.
Nick, you are out of spell slots, but Pius, how many spell slots do you have? You cast using a first level. How many more first and second do you have beyond that?
That was my last one.
All right.
I'm dead.
So there's 2 levels worth of spell slots each of you have suffered. You're splitting the damage, essentially, the shared here. You each take 9 damage. That's it.
Okay.
Well, I mean, that's good.
Yeah, half the overall force you managed to put out. Each of you are taking half of that. And you get this healing, and the last burst, as you reach shoulder deep, smacks into you for 25 damage. As your hand makes contact with the ring and the boots.
I grab and pull.
I help pull him back.
Alright. I will give you a dexterity save because of the situation. No advantage. Because you have your body trying to retreat and someone helping pull you back, you get a dexterity save.
So that was really bad. It's an 8 total.
I'm helping pulling the... Captain Fires is also pulling on the rope as well.
I think that was considered.
It's not going to help any, still. Not at first, at least. As Rath takes another 37 damage. But nothing stops you from getting pulled completely out of the second barrier. You've been reduced to 0. Everyone, you see Rath fall unconscious, but as he does, he grips the boots close to his body, and the ring slides down on his index finger on his right hand. You have already started to pull the rope, so Pius, you have someone helping you. You have advantage on the strength check.
Advantage on what? Sorry?
You have advantage on the strength check to see how far you can pull Rath towards all of you. Rath, you fall unconscious, and you find yourself... Lance and Rath, standing side by side. Not really standing. You're floating above everything in the room, and you can see that Scarm is still standing in the same place. Now that you're looking at this through the ethereal lens, so to speak.
Lance looks over at Rath. Rath looks back. Lance goes, figured it was a test of endurance. Rath just nods.
Roll advantage on the death save.
Oh.
Wait, roll again with advantage, or just the second die?
If you already rolled once for a death save, just roll the second d20.
Okay, gotcha. Death save. Oh, thank God, the second one was so much better. 17.
17. Alright, you passed the first death save. And Pius, you and... Oh, you did not roll with advantage. But that won't make that big of a difference, given that you rolled a 19 on the first one. Natural 19 plus 7. You pull Rath a full 30 feet. What it looks like, since you can see this full distance, he seems to be about 60 feet away, and you pull him half that distance in one go.
Jess. Silly Jess.
So you nat
it does
20
make a difference.
Your nat 20 on the next check basically guarantees you finish pulling Rath. But Rath, I want you to answer a question from Scarm real quick.
Sure. You said Lance or Rath? Hold on.
Lance, Rath, the two of you are being addressed together. Scarm seems to consider you as if you're one person. And Scarm asks a single question. Are you willing to die to complete this journey?
If it means... Yes. The simple answer is yes. And that was Rath speaking. And Lance looks over at Rath, kind of thinks for a second, looks back at Storm, just nods.
Pius, as Rath's body gets to the edge there, hitting the barrier where he can come through and you can actually grab him up, an invisible force grabs him and pulls him back. Rath, what is your death save? No advantage, no disadvantage.
It is a 6.
A 6. So you have one fail, one pass currently.
Yep.
Oi, drop him right now, alright?
Scarm replies to you saying yes. Well, if you're willing to die, then die. As you see him grab your body and pull it back towards the center of the circle. 30 feet.
Okay. Do I get, like... Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna ask, I don't get any other like, we're just floating watching this, right?
You're watching and having a conversation, whereas Pius and Captain Flowers are physically fighting back.
Do we see him grab the body?
No, you don't see him. You feel the tug and Rath just suddenly whoosh backwards another 30 feet, as if something did grab him.
Oh, you bloody bitch, come and fight me! I squish you now! Yeah.
I will not let you take him.
Yeah, Rath, Lance, you've been told. If you're willing to die on this journey, then just die.
So,
what's your response?
Rath is kind of going through the motions of, if that's what it takes, then maybe that's the thing to do. But Lance attempts to move towards the body and Scarm. Am I able to move at all?
Roll advantage on the death save as you move closer to the body. Your own body. Well, Rath's body. You don't move closer to your body in another reality.
Oh, a 6.
A 6 with advantage?
With advantage. The other was a 2.
Ouch.
Fuck.
That is 2 fails and a save, and a success so far. Pius, go ahead and roll an advantage strength, well, a normal strength check, because you have disadvantage and advantage, so just roll a singular strength check.
Can I blow a gust of wind just as he's hit the ground?
Like I said, they will not let you take him.
You don't seem to have too much resistance on this one. You don't get him the full 30. You only get him about 20 feet towards you, but you do pull him closer. And Lance, you enter the body. You can't really move it or anything. Eyes closed. You have access to the senses, but you don't seem to have any control of the body as you do so. But you can tell you have entered the body.
Would I be able to say that Rath, seeing Lance move that way, rushes to follow?
You can say whatever based on how you think Lance would respond, or Rath would respond.
Yeah, surprise, Rath would be behind him, because, he was sitting there contemplating, and then Lance took off, but as soon as he saw where he was going, he chased after him.
Scarm speaks to you. He seems to have emotion in his voice, very much so. He's gone from being more neutral, but standing on his beliefs to an almost overwhelming anger. If you're so willing to die for this journey, then why won't you die and leave it to your friends who will complete it?
Because I must see this through. Anything could hinder them. I must protect them and see this to its end. I'm screaming from inside the body with a mouth that doesn't move.
Go ahead and roll your death save with advantage, and Pius, you have a strength check to make as well.
I'm sorry, advantage on what?
Oh, thank God.
You have a strength check, no advantage for you.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That was a 9 and a 13.
Pulling on that damn rope doesn't give us anything. That's stupid.
Good, you got 2 and 2. You're playing tug of war with him as with Scarm, as Lance and Rath are also playing tug of war. Just
well,
one is
Scarm
with the
should
physical
also have
body.
to roll, on my intimidations.
No, you don't intimidate a god at all.
I will intimidate the DM if the god is intimidated.
You get a total 20 versus his 9. Again, you feel a little bit more. It's more like he's like lazily holding. You wouldn't expect a god to be this weak. It seems almost like he's just kind of lazily holding Rath to hinder you more than anything.
Let
and you get
him go!
Intimidation, bitch!
And you get Rath right up to the edge of the barrier. Rath realizes at this moment, hearing Lance shout, that I have to be there for them to protect them. You remember that he already said once that Rath does not have the resolve to see a journey through. He's too willing to die when he needs to survive to see it through. Lance is fighting tooth and nail to not die in this moment. His issue is that you're willing to die when you need to be willing to survive. You have advantage on this last saving throw.
That is a natural 2 and a natural 8.
Pius, the resistance leaves the rope completely. As you pull Rath through, his body lifeless. You feel absolutely nothing left in this body. He has stopped breathing. Rath and Lance, you're both outside the body again, right above it. And Scarm is laughing.
Ignoring Scarm, Lance turns to Rath. We tried. You gave it your all. There's nothing to be ashamed about. And Rath just has this blank look, like, has no idea what's going on or what happened. Just shock.
What does everyone else do? You can tell Rath's body is lifeless on your side of the barrier now. And all of you can see the room for what it is. The barrier is gone. Both of them. You do not see Scarm.
Scarm's a bitch.
Cure Wounds does not help a dead body.
Rath.
Healing potion does? You know what? I'm gonna call,
We need a resurrection spell scroll.
I'm gonna call Patches and ask for a resurrection spell.
Rath, please wake up. Please.
Patches can't be summoned at this moment. Not safe in a dungeon. And you're pretty sure that by the time you could get out, make the sale, and come back, it'd be too late for the only spell you could purchase, Revivify.
Don't we have a Phoenix potion left? We didn't use one. Someone has one left.
What potion?
There was
yeah, I do. I have a Phoenix Tear. Phoenix Tear.
You have a Phoenix Tear. Yes, you do.
I have. Yep, using it right now.
Before they all have a chance, Lance, Rath, Scarm continues to laugh. And you can see your comrades, your allies, your friends, family, whatever each of you may individually think of them, scrambling, trying. They have not given up hope that you're going to pull through. They are clearly looking for an answer. They are doing what they can. Lance, you've told Rath there's nothing to be ashamed of. He did what he could, and Rath's gone blank in this moment. You have one last chance to do something.
Rath, at this moment, he doesn't notice people trying to bring his body back. He snaps. You see, or if you could see, you would see his face goes angry. His breath goes volatile with lightning. If he could do it, you know that's what would be happening, rather. And he starts stalking towards Scarm, screaming, You claim to want foundation and defense! You want to know that destiny will occur the way it's supposed to, and then you show up here to oh! You hypocrite here! One day Misha will smite you, and I hope I'm there to watch! And he's just stalking towards him, screaming all of this.
I want you to roll damage on a 9th level lightning bolt.
Okay. Hold on.
A 1?
No, I said hold on.
Okay. I'm going to describe what everyone else is seeing. The rest of you see this lifeless body shoot up and begin storming towards the center of the room where that second barrier was, screaming, lightning shooting off from it, lashing out at all of you just as much as anything else. It is wild. Everyone takes 10 points of lightning damage, by the way, as this is happening.
Bitch.
Yo, wait, I got a reaction for this. Hold on.
Evasion? Question mark.
I have absorb elements.
He is still damaging us.
I have absorb elements, so it's a reaction. Screw you.
If you have the spell slot, go for it.
I do. Yep.
So you only take 5 points of damage. Use up a spell slot. Twilight, I think you have one more spell slot for absorb elements if you would like.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Let me double check if that's a first or a second level that you need to use. Ooh, you can use a first or a second. Your choice.
Let's go first.
Okay, just standard. Lyramar seems unaffected by this lightning. It seems to just miss for Lyramar, as well as Handy and the Pseudo-Dragon. They seem to overall, the two little ones, they're small enough, they kind of just weave out of it. And Lyramar, it's almost like the lightning is just naturally directed away, like some type of polarity. As it rushes, the body charges, screaming. You all hear Rath crying, and you can see the body reacting as if it's saying it, but the voice is coming from about 10 feet ahead of it. And you can see Rath's spirit leading his body. What'd you roll for damage?
41 points of lightning damage.
This is a deity. Anyone watching this scene wouldn't exactly expect a mortal to be able to do that much to a deity in a single shot, and you don't. But there's still a noticeable mark as the lightning goes right through its face, and you leave cuts and scrapes, and it clearly hit him. It clearly did something to this deity, who stood his ground and did not move as you yelled. And he says, "Good. That's the fire, the will to live that I needed to see to believe you could do this. And you see him snap one of his human hands. He snaps his fingers. And you're standing back in your body, alive, 1 hit point. He is gone. The barriers are gone. And you are holding his items. His artifacts.
What happened?
He's fucking alive!
Rath, you're alive.
And Pius runs up to him and gives him a big ass bear hug.
Thank you, old friend. If you could. I'm not feeling too good.
Well, yeah, but you just made me cry. So this is karma.
Fair.
But I will stop hugging you now.
Thank you. I'm sorry to all of you.
Yeah, better fucking be.
I owe you all my life. Thank you.
It's been a long time since I've seen a dead body get up like that.
Aye. Bit of a show there.
You owe us nothing, Rath.
No, that's not true. I owe you everything. I owe you all everything. And he ends his stare as he looks between you all as he says this on Liramar. Thank you. We should probably get out of here. I'm sure I caused a commotion.
Hey, you ain't going anywhere until we get some hit points back up. Take this refine tonic.
Thank you. Thank you.
Should I use a potion on him?
Yeah, you could use a potion. You could just try to get out of here and maybe just rest for the day outside of a dungeon. You have choices here. You do all notice that where that lightning bolt shot through, where it hit on the wall seems to be a goopy mess, and there's a new tunnel back there. You seem to have slammed into a mimic.
Oh my.
I'll just give Rath one of my potions for the help.
I appreciate it, but the one that Captain just gave me did me just fine. I'm quite okay. Trust me. Please keep it for yourself.
I didn't know he gave you one.
Go.
Okay. Cool.
I'll go over and put Rath's arm around my shoulder and be like, "We know the way out. Let's leave this place."
Thank you. My staff, if you will.
So done.
I'm going to be flanking on the left.
I will lead the way.
Both axes out.
Armed guard.
Yeah, y'all can step out, and you can. You feel the temperature of the tunnels kind of start to return to normal as you're going through, and as you get back to the end of this hallway, back into the tunnel that leads to the exit, that space that was originally like a compressed, like squeeze through, it's receded and it's just an open tunnel now.
Thank God for small mercies.
Yeah, and you're all able to get outside and breathe the fresh air, the snow. As you're stepping out, you see the last of the snowfall end. And the sky has begun to clear up. We are going to go ahead and take a break. We are 2 hours, 45 minutes in. But at the 2 hour mark, that was where shit started to get real serious with Scarm. And I didn't want to cut off in the middle of that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Don't allow me to do intimidation.
That was rough, y'all.
You're not intimidating a god. Not at level 4.
I am intimidating. I am dwarf.
You're especially not intimidating the deity known for intimidating. Death may be scary, but the king of monsters is literally intimidation incarnate.
I could have rolled nat 20. You don't doubt me.
Nat 20 is not an auto success.
There's some things even a nat 20 can do.
Yeah, so we will come back at somewhere between like 15 and 20 after. And we will start our break here. So we'll be back, Chocobos and Moogles.
Get freaky with your beat, with your beat, with your beat. Get freaky with your beat, with your beat, with. Get freaky. freaky with your beat. With your beat. With your beat. I'll get freaky with your beat. With your beat.
Get freaky.
You just staring at the wall in the cave. You think you hear another ghost. Did you move this bed? I've run into it 4 times since I've been here. Why?
Okay, we are back.
I've run into it 4 times since I've been here.
We might have to mute Twilight though.
Alright, we're good.
Ah, okay.
All right.
Getting yelled at for moving things.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are back. You all have gotten outside. As far as I remember, you still have your not a deck of many things. Well, you do still have some cards left.
House of Cards.
But the House of Cards, yes. You do have that available if you'd like to get a semi-protected spot. It's pretty cold outside, but it's no negative 40.
Twilight, come see for a moment. I need your help.
Come see?
Come here. And Rath will pull out the... Do it.
Okay, I'm coming over.
Okay, Rath pulls out the House of Cards box that it comes in. Would you mind holding on to these and using them as we need them?
Okay.
I figured it's better off in your hands. And he'll teach you how to summon the House of Cards.
Okay. Are you sure that you don't want somebody else responsible for this?
I think you'll do wonderfully.
He has faith that you magically matured.
So yeah, you now have a House of Cards.
Okay.
Well, if you would please.
Yes. I just take him out of the pack and just kind of let it do its thing, or do I have to think of like a magic word, like abracadabra or something? How does this work?
No magic word, and he shows you. You just take it out, and however you want to, basically throw the cards forward. They'll assemble itself into the house.
Okay. So I just throw them up in the air.
Just 52 pick up it?
Yep.
Alright. Yeah.
I want a mansion with a bowling alley. A mansion with a bowling alley. A mansion with the bowling alley.
It has like kind of a set dimensions, more or less. You can just kind of choose the basic room layout. I don't think 40 feet is quite... Yeah, I don't think the 40 feet is quite enough for a bowling lane.
So, it is a 40-foot cube centered on a point within 30 feet of you. It has one door and up to 4 windows, and you can only open and close them. It has a floor and a roof, and it maintains a comfortable temperature inside.
Oh, okay. Okay, everyone in, I guess.
Sure, let's get going.
Hi.
Gotcha. Make sure you keep an eye out, especially from their dastardly penguins. And a cricket god. You see one? I'm gonna squish it.
I don't think we'll have to worry about the cricket for a minute.
As you're all going in and you're kind of just taking in the surroundings more passively than anything, you can see the nearby area where you fell down in the first place. It's not all that far backwards. Like, you're standing like where you were when you fell, then there were the penguins ahead of you, and you're right behind that space. Like, that's how close you are to the hole you fell through. And you can also see the penguins' tracks continuing up north, actually. Which is odd, because the sleet storm should have covered those. But yeah, you all can take the day and rest, relax, get a night's sleep in, casually do a whole lot of things that you may or may not want to do.
You tell Captain Flowers there are fresh penguin tracks and you expect them to rest.
They don't look fresh. They look about 24 hours old.
Since we saw him last.
Yeah. And the tracks, they do look like it's been a bit. They don't look like the penguins just left. It looks like about as old as when you fell in the hole to start.
Okay, that makes a bit of a difference there.
Yeah. Yeah. They're not fresh. They are close to a day old at this point.
Rath will... The first thing he'll do is he'll go and sleep. He'll sleep for a couple of hours before getting restless. And then he and Learmar go outside to take a watch. And if anyone goes outside, or Pius, I imagine, if you're watching, since you usually are, Learmar hands Rath the scimitar that he initially had, and then they start practicing sword forms together. Not talking or anything like that, just slowly going through these motions.
Nick, what are you going to spend your day working on?
Well, I'm going to finish my spell.
All right, you have learned Black Star Big Wave.
Thank you. And then... I've got so much on my mind.
Well, if you need time to think about what you're going to do, we can move around the circle for the moment.
Yeah, I'm probably, because I need so little sleep, and I'm assuming Rath.
You guys are starting at like 11 a.m. and bedtime is normally at like 9, 10 p.m. So
we're taking a day.
Yeah, you have 10 hours until bedtime, plus your normal, 4 hours rest, 4 hours that you have being an elf. You have a lot of time, Nick. You have 14 hours to work with today, and 2 of it is just going to be working on the spell.
Yeah, I'll probably start working on this spell, in theory, crafting my next one. Are we outside of the cave when we're doing this? Or is this still inside the cave?
outside of the cave. You guys went outside, saw the layout, and set up the house of cards to just kind of take a whole day.
Yeah. I'll finish up my spell that I'm currently working on, and then I'm gonna lay down. I'll use prestidigitation to start a small fire next to me, and be comfortable because I'm sure it's still cold as balls.
Well, inside the house of cards, it's a nice, like, the perfect temperature for you inside of the house of cards, and that's
sure,
set up.
but I'm not gonna be. After I finish my spell, I'm not gonna be in there anymore. I'm gonna go outside. And
Okay, I misunderstood what you were saying. Yeah, you set up a fire. You're good.
And I'll lay on my back and I'll flip through my new spell book and just start ritually casting some of the stuff I can do now. So like I do like Tensor's floating disc and Unseen Servant, and I'm just like ritually casting new spells to get used to them and to understand them until I get to Skywrite. And once I get to Skywrite, I start, rather than theory crafting my spells in my book, it becomes theory crafting spells in the sky. Like, I don't need parchment and paper anymore to just write things down, so it's just Nick laying on his back enjoying the night air or the early morning air. But the heavy cloud coverage from the snow and playing with the clouds and like moving them into odd shapes and theory crafting and writing in the sky his next plans for spells and like even like recapping his day, but it's all in the clouds. It's nothing is on pen and paper or parchment. It's just all like a form of meditation of letting ideas and memories and stress come and go, and journaling almost in the air. And that's what I'll be doing.
Okay.
Hunt cricket, kill cricket.
Where'd it go?
So it takes you about 2.5 hours roughly before you get to Skywrite. Just going alphabetically through spells that have the ritual tag and are between cantrip and level 2. I literally opened it up to count them. you just went through alphabetically, so it took 2 hours and 20 minutes to get there. Like ritually casting, going over everything, and then you start the Skywrite thing. After about a half an hour of that, you do remember that you still have a couple of items that need identified as well. You have plenty of time to do it, but you do have the artifacts that you don't actually know what they do. But you can continue doing whatever you're on that note for as much of the day as you want. Bias, we'll move over to you. You have a fairly good idea. Nick is basically just about to start messing with magic. More like an ADHD thing, like playing with a fidget spinner while thinking.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell that's more or less what Nick is basically about to do, just going through the motions, working on a spell, but there's a lot on their mind. There's a lot on your mind. There's a lot on everyone's mind currently. So what are you doing? Here at the beginning, Rath is laying down trying to take a nap. Then Nick is working on magic.
Pius is working out.
Interesting.
He's doing push-ups. He's bench pressing tree logs. Trunks, I should say. Not logs, just trunks.
Like future trunks or
Kid Trunks, Future Trunks, Dead Trunks? The one from Cell's
God damn
timeline?
Slow Trunks when he powers up too much and then he can't. He doesn't have the speed.
Grade 4 Super Saiyan Trunks.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
That's who he is.
If you can't tell, I really like Dragon Ball Z, so I do know some of the deeper lore too.
Who fucking doesn't?
I really like Laura Bailey, so you know.
Oh, yeah, you know.
You like little boys.
What the?
Whoa, hold on. Where did this come from?
Wait.
Wait. Laura Bailey plays a little boy in Dragon Ball Z. She plays Trunks.
She does.
She does Kid Trunks. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I was so confused that you like little boys. I'm like, whoa, hold on. Where's the connection here? I don't know the VAs, so.
I thought everyone knew about Laura Bailey. Lubby.
Pius is bench pressing a tree.
All right. Tempest, you see Pius go off and start to bench press trees. Nick's sitting down with their notes, and Rath has decided to lay down and take a nap, and I assume Liramar followed Rath into the room on that.
Wait, you cut out. What was that?
I assume Liramar just followed Rath during the attempted nap phase.
Yes, he almost creepily watched over him as he slept.
To be expected. Yeah. So what's Tempest gonna do? You know you got a whole day ahead of you at the moment.
We're inside the card house, right now.
Yes, you are.
Cool. I'm going outside. I need fresh air. We're out of this cave. I want to see the open outdoors.
So you're just gonna go wandering around? Or
Yes.
do something specific while you're out?
I am just gonna marvel at everything that is not reminding me of being in a cave for a long period of time.
Alright,
Like
go ahead and
trees.
roll a perception check for me then.
My snack bag. Okay.
And we'll move on because you kind of wander off away from everybody, and you'll be out for a while regardless of the check total. What about Twilight?
I'm going to use my staff of flowers, and I'm just going to put little flowers all over the tree trunk. Iris is lifting up.
All right.
Or is it Rath?
It's Pius.
It's me.
Yeah. So I'm just going to put little flowers all over it.
So you're basically just going to sit there with Pius while he works out, putting little flowers all over the tree trunk and such.
And be like his little motivator, like, come on, you stupid fuck, you can do it! Don't be a wimp!
Alright then, Captain Flowers, what are you doing for the day? You have blueprints for that autoplate pilot, and you know basically how you can start getting into that, so this might be a good time to work on that if you plan on your next level, which happens between this session and next, being autoplate pilot. You might want to take time.
I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna name the armor Cricket Stomper.
Cricket Stomper. All right.
Little Cricket.
Wasn't that the name of the gun in Men in Black?
Yes, it was.
Noisy Cricket.
Noisy Cricket.
Noisy Cricket. Now that's great.
Do. Where is it? You should... What the heck? Okay. For some reason, I put the document somewhere awkward. Oh well, I'll bring it up later. Not a big deal. We can do that during the week. Okay, so you're working on that. Nick is starting with the spells, crafting that spell, and then moving on. Rath is sword training. Tempest wanders off. Pius is lifting weights with Twilight bouncing around motivation types of all kinds. Most of you, it's a couple of hours here before you have a chance to... Well, some of you, it's a couple hours till you have a chance to change up what you're doing. Nick, you're spending at least like 5 hours or so before you really would be doing anything else. Captain Flowers, your whole day is booked and ready to go. But Tempest, on your 21, you wander off, and all of you notice after about like 2 hours, Rath, this would be about the time you're coming out and you're starting the sword practice. And Nick, this is when you're moving on to casting through all of the rituals. Pius, you've gotten a lot of reps in at this point, whether it's push-ups or lifting the trunk. So, but this is about the time all of you notice that Tempest is not at camp. She has wandered off. Tempest, you've got a little bit of ways, maybe about a whole mile even. Depending on how much you really cared or paid attention, you can make the final decision about how far.
Damn.
But as you're kind of just wandering around over the next couple of hours and looking for things.
Start that again. You cut out a huge chunk.
I cut out a huge chunk. You're wandering around for a while, a couple hours and all that, and you may have gone up to like a mile away. You ultimately get to decide how far away you've gone. And everyone, you've noticed a couple hours in that Tempest isn't around. But you notice that as you're moving around and everything, at about this time, about 2 hours in, you do notice the crow and the raven that have been kind of following you. Both of them have been following you at this point. And you also notice some type of metallic object sticking out of the snow as well.
I see the burbs and they see the metallic?
You see the metallic. You also notice.
Okay, I'm gonna go for that first. See what that is.
So it seems to be probably about 30 pounds of some type of naturally occurring metal. It has a naturally blue color to it. Not like the steel that Leomar is wearing. It doesn't look like it's gone through a special process. This just looks like its natural color is this kind of bluish, silvery color. And it's like a 30-pound, roughly, just singular chunk of it. A lot like if you just found like one big-ass rock made out of this. And as you try to pick it up, you notice it's about 30 pounds, but based on its size, it should only be like 20. It's abnormally heavy for its size.
Oh, this thing is solid. Maybe I can get Pies to break this open. Don't suppose one of you burbs could help me carry this? Of course not. You're birds.
One of them caws at you.
I know what I said. God. Well, I'm going to attempt to lug this thing back.
Oh, that's not hard. You're like Schwarzenegger levels of strong, but you have usable muscle, so it's not terribly difficult for you. Yeah. So it'll probably take you 15 to 30 minutes to get back to camp. But back at camp, all of you have noticed Tempest is missing. You've just started casting through the rituals, Nick. So you have an opportunity if you would like to change up what you're doing. But you don't get any sense that things are going to go bad or anything. Tempest is just wandering.
Yeah, I'll keep an ear out for whatever is going on with Tempest, and I'll start casting Identify on the things we have gathered from the cave.
Okay.
And including calling Rath over and being like, I need to look at that ring.
What ring? Oh, right. And he'll pull the boots out, and then very confusedly, unable to find the ring. I don't know where it went. We have to find it.
And I look at his hand.
Oh yeah, you see it without even really trying or having to be completely honest.
Oh. Of course. And I go to pull the ring off. Hand it over.
So you start with the items that were found or the artifacts? Regular items or artifacts? Which side do you start on?
I'll start with the artifacts and then work my way to the regular items.
Alright, so starting with the ring, it's called Steel Heart. To attune to it, you definitely got to be in control of your inner chakra, your key. Out of game, metagame knowledge, 5 or more key points. You have to have 5 or more key points to attune to it. But in addition to the minor, major benefits, detriments that are randomly determined, its natural effects are that the ring has 5 charges. As a bonus action, you can spend 1 charge to gain +2 AC, attack and damage rolls. Wow, I said that so badly. Sorry, my mouth butchered it. You can spend 1 of the 5 charges to gain a +2 to your AC, attack rolls, and damage rolls for Wisdom modifier rounds. That's as a bonus action. Or as an action, you can spend 2 charges and 5 key points. You gain proficiency to your unarmed strike and natural weapon damage rolls for Wisdom modifier +1 rounds, and you have to use a long rest before you can use that feature again. While attuned to it, you just inherently have bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing resistance. It regains 2 charges every dawn. So level 5 or higher monk. The boots are known as Steel Feet. Not creative, doesn't need to be. You just have to have some type of permanent bonus to your base speed. It has 10 charges. It has the base effect of a boots of speed. So like 1 minute per day you can get the boots of speed effect sort of thing. Or no. Sorry. My glasses are all smudged right now. I'm sweating. And I'm getting distracted. Once per day you can activate the Boots of Speed effect for Wisdom mod rounds. As a bonus action, you can spend 1 charge, and attack rolls have disadvantage against you for Wisdom modifier rounds. As an action, you can spend 2 charges, and you have advantage on all saving throws for Wisdom modifier rounds. As an action, you can spend 5 charges, and you get to add your Wisdom modifier to saves for twice your Wisdom modifier rounds. And it regains 5 charges every dawn. Basically, the ring is if you have monk levels 5 or more, it makes you more offensively capable. And the boots, as long as you have a bonus to your base speed, permanent bonus, gives you a lot of defensive options. As for the items you found, there's the Wand of the War Mage +3. The bluish vials or cold attack vials. They are very rare. And then you have the Bracelet of Edging, which just gives you the +1 on fear and sanity saves. And then, of course, the +3 Moon Sickle from the Deck of Many Things. That's the total of the items that were found and needed identified. 60 minutes worth.
Yep. So other people do other stuff.
Yep. Other people do other stuff now. Pius, you've been going for that couple hours. You notice Tempest is missing. And Nick is starting to identify the magic items as Rath is beginning to practice the blade with Liramar. What do you do? What do you and Twilight do? You two are the ones that are up right now.
I don't know.
Drop down and give me 20. Now!
Okay, I know what I want to do now.
What are you doing?
I'm slapping Twilight. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to... Hold on. Let me read this real quick. I'm going to, no, I don't want to do that. I'm just going to, fuck, I don't know. I'm going to meditate. I'm going to pray.
Meditate. Pray.
Yes.
All right, go ahead and make a religion check. You've done this a couple times at this point. Last time you saw what you thought might be your mother.
Yeah.
You are looking for guidance, I would say. Twilight, you notice Pius has moved on to meditation. First was working the body, now is working the mind. What are you going to move on to do? You notice Pius needs more silence now. Not much you can do for a meditating person.
He thanked you for the motivation before, by the way, before he started meditating.
Huh?
He thanked you. He thanked you for your motivational help before he started meditating.
Weakling.
I'm going to crush her bones.
I am going to, well, I don't think anybody cares about Tempest at this point, so...
Everyone's pretty sure she's okay.
I think someone should give a damn, so I'm gonna go try to see if I can go find her. I'm gonna do Wild Shape.
Okay, roll a survival check.
Oh, wow.
Alright, and Pius, your 24 meditation, basically, you had a lot on your mind, you weren't sure what to do, or what's necessarily going on, and you kind of were meditating more for the concept of guidance than anything, general or specific. And you hear a gravelly voice in your head. And it just basically it tells you to make sure that Rath keeps that fire and will to live alive. Because you, him, and everyone else in this party, you can't complete your journey if you're dead. And you can tell it's that deity from before. And it seems to be speaking to you through one of those no longer open channels. Like, it just opens just a little bit to speak to you through. As if you were at one point connected to this deity.
Okay. He doesn't say anything. He just relaxes and softly nods.
Alright, and Twilight, with your 24, you managed to catch up with Tempest about when she's like halfway back, about a half mile out. And you can see her carrying this large chunk of metal as she's heading back.
I'll just start helping her carry it.
Just both of you holding it at the same time, you notice is very awkward, and it would be easier if just one of you tried to carry it at a time. Assuming you have the strength. And Tempest seems to be doing just fine on that note.
The boulder.
She seems to be good at carrying the boulder. You're just as good, so you guys can switch off with it if you so want. But you get back over to base and kind of see everyone... back to camp, and you see everyone, just doing their things at this point. Liramar and Rath, sword fighting. Nick's gotten through a decent amount of the identifying. Captain Flowers is still inside, and you can hear him hammering away at some kind of metal. Pius is meditating when the two of you get back. So what do you two do? We'll start with you on the next round of what are you doing?
I just kind of yell back and go, I found her! I found her!
I don't think anyone was looking for me.
I was kind of concerned.
If any of you turn your heads to look that way, you do see the giant chunk of metal that she's carrying.
Pius!
He's meditating.
Oh, good. Then he can meditate by breaking this rock for me.
You've gotten your answer about now from Scarm, Pius. So.
Yes? Who? I heard my name.
Yeah, you're needed here.
Oh. Yes, okay. I'm coming to your location for help.
Yeah, not that far away. But okay. you see the giant chunk of metal she's holding.
Oh, food.
That might be valuable. Break it open first, and we must observe it.
Oh, all right.
If it's shit, you can eat it.
I'm gonna slam my fist into it.
I want you to go ahead and roll a what's it called? Nature check real quick. You have advantage on it. Just your mind processing things before you actually took action. You're pretty familiar with a lot of metals. They are Pius's thing, after all.
Oh yeah, he loves the metals. Nature. Fuck is it? There it is.
Hey, 20 on the better one. Yeah, you recognize it. It is a giant chunk of adamantine. Like, it's just going to be the same thing through. Breaking, it's not really going to do anything. It's a precious metal. Because it makes for some good armor.
That is very valuable metal.
Oh?
It is adamantine. Very durable. Perfect for an armored chest.
No, I'm gonna hold on to this.
Can I just have one nibble?
What is wrong with you?
Just one speck. I have never seen this much of it in one spot.
Fine, take a speck, but don't be eye humping it.
I'm not sure what that means, but I will not.
Oh, you know, Pius.
You want me to kind of warm it up for you?
You're not touching it.
Oh yes, I do know what it means now. Deuce, I hate this man in my head. Please, someone remove this man from my hard drive.
He's gonna take just a little gentle bite of it.
Yeah, you take a singular bite. Unlike gold, it's not a soft metal. It is a very hard metal. Very similar to reinforced steel. Like if you ate like a freshly made masterwork armor, that type of hardness to it. The metal itself, though, is considerably slicker. Oh, excuse me, slicker in texture naturally. More like even though it's just like a random chunk you found, it has that slickness and texture of a freshly polished blade. You're pretty sure this would be. This is kind of how it would be if you ate like a magical sword or something. You would expect it to feel and taste like this.
Okay, that's all I'm gonna do though. I'm gonna refrain from taking a bite. A bigger bite, I should say.
Good.
Thank you for indulging in my weirdness.
And it's alright. We all have our problems.
I don't see it as a problem. It is more of a temporary solution for my insanity.
My God, you're all of you going insane. It's not that hard to cope with it.
You don't understand what Deuce shows me. You don't get it.
Does he talk to you every night when you're trying to go to sleep?
No, it's more of the images.
Oh, mine has conversations.
He's very violent.
Well, at least we can agree on that.
But I suppose that is not a bad thing. Considering the situation we're in. Anyway, yes, we could probably fetch a high price for that.
Do I catch this conversation happening?
Yes, you do.
Give it to Captain Flowers.
I could make a really cool weapon out of this. Not to mention I have those blueprints. This is just one piece to go forward.
He could also do those same things.
But he doesn't have everything.
Okay.
I don't think. If there was like a magical DM that I could ask right now.
I mean, you are very aware that Captain Flowers is going to be better at making things than you.
Fair enough, fair enough. Where's that penguin loving freak?
You can tell he's inside. You can hear him clanking away at metal as it is.
Clink, clink, clink.
Goddamn crickets, sir.
Flowers.
Crickets. Penguins. What do you want?
That thing Shit, how about... I did discuss with Captain Flowers in the past just to make the blueprints, didn't I?
I don't remember what you wanted worked on right now, because you already have the gun blueprints, but I can't remember what the next blueprints you were looking for were.
Well, it was
the pew-pew gun.
It was the unique sight, so I could attach all of it together. It moves, transforms.
Oh, transforming weapon.
Yeah, my little trick weapon shit.
You're trying to make a bloodborne weapon?
Transforming. I told you guys during session 0, and I think I reminded you session 1 or 2. Transforming weapons exist in this world, more or less, to some degree.
Yeah. See, I was thinking more of like Ruby, but
yes,
it is actually more. It's based on Ruby, not on Bloodborne, because one is a melee weapon, and the other side is a ranged weapon. So. It is based on Ruby, not on Bloodborne.
Heavily on Ruby.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So.
Look at me go. The wizard's done it again.
Yeah.
Oh, Dylan's nerd is bigger than mine.
So yeah, I'm pushing that on Captain.
No, please don't.
Yeah, you get a chance to talk to Captain Flowers about it and ask about him trying to use that to make you a transforming weapon. And Captain Flowers, you would know the basics of how just transforming weapons are made in general. You don't think it would take too much. But using the adamantine and it having like natural magical properties essentially could make it significantly more difficult for you. Just because you'd be working with 2 different magical properties at the same time, metagaming context, you would be creating something of a higher rarity than the uncommon transforming weapon. It would have some type of additional property from the adamantine.
Sure. Wouldn't be too hard.
It'd
take me a bit of time. What you were looking for? I
promise I won't bug you every morning and every night before bed.
Oh, only once a day now.
2.
I'll get this done for you. Don't worry about it.
Sounds like he agreed to 3, and I walk away.
You do notice that he appears to be working on like a metal bodysuit currently. Not like a armor or something, like a full-blown singular suit of metal. You get the idea of Iron Man in your head, even though it doesn't really seem to be Iron Man specifically that it's based off of. Yeah. There really isn't much more, I guess, most everyone could do for most of the day. You pretty much lounge around and such, everyone, until it starts to get dark, and it's kind of getting to that time to at least go inside, because it's starting to get colder again. And you do have a couple more hours you could work on things. So basically, my question is, Nick, do you have another spell you want to start researching, since you'd have 6 hours total by morning?
Oh,
I'm gonna bother you.
You're gonna bother me?
Yep.
I love it.
All right.
Okay. So before that even, as the sun is starting to set, Rath kind of calls everyone together. We've decided Liramar is not going to be with us any further. He's we've come to a disagreement on the risks that I take, and have agreed that he better serves to live on away from us, where he might not get a second chance.
Okay.
So, we just wanted to let everyone know he'll be leaving in the morning. But yeah, and then if no one had anything to add to that,
my brain didn't quite process what was around leaving in the morning.
Liramar is leaving.
Okay.
Him and Rath had a discussion before they went out, and I can explain all this to you. This is
you
whenever
can send
Rath
me a
woke up, they
message
had
for
a
it
discussion.
later.
Okay. But yeah, later in the night, Rath is going to go to Nick. Nick, do you mind if we talk?
Never. I never mind. We can always talk.
We were in that room with the god. Their magic was powerful. More powerful than anything that I could conjure. I need to get stronger for this journey. And I need your help. I'd like to learn a little bit about the why of it all, and not just hear the music, but see the notes written down.
Okay. I think I can do this for you.
So Rath is... Okay.
Go ahead.
Rath is essentially... So Rath is going to take his first level in Wizard after this, so...
And Nick will sit back and
ABCs, here we go.
and he will say, before we get started, I feel I can help you with this because you have inadvertently, whether you realized it or not, helped me understand
What?
an aspect of magic I did not before.
What could that possibly be?
And Nick will pull he'll shirk off, I guess, his suit that he wears, because he doesn't wear traditional robes. He's not an Archmage apprentice anymore, so he doesn't wear those. But I'll shirk off the suit that he wears and show you his shoulder and arm, where when we cast the spell, and I taught you Void, Astral Void, and there is a scar that is like of the same starlight that Speckles and Freckles Nick's face, but it is much brighter and concentrated, and it now spreads through his shoulder, down his arm, and out the other side of his shoulder.
Nick, what is this? What have I done to you?
You If what I do and you see in the magic that I perform is looking at the notes and seeing the notes of a song, you have made me realize the music of it all. And Nick will be taking 1 level of sorcery at this level up when it happens.
That's so cool. Yeah.
For the sake of any little role play going on right now, you could essentially have that level currently. Like, you feel that magic starting to just flow through you naturally. No need for numbers and math and everything through your wizardry. You can just feel it now. To the small degree of level 1.
Right, of course.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that'll occupy the rest of our night.
Oh yeah, it's just me and
The
Rath.
couple hours you have just literally discussing the magic.
Yeah, showing each other different ways of understanding it.
All right, that works. That means we can move on to Tempest. Are you doing anything that would require rolls, basically? Like trying to create something or find something or anything like that?
Nah.
All right, how about Twilight?
What time is it?
It'd be like 8 p.m. or so. You got a couple hours left that you can kind of do stuff before bed.
I think I'm gonna go out and try to find me some of my drugs.
Well, it's been a minute.
It's been a
It's
minute.
been a long minute, and I'm hyperventilating over here.
Yeah,
Fair.
yeah. I actually want you to start with a wisdom check as you start to head out. So we'll start with not a wisdom check, a wisdom save. This is what you should be good at. You're a druid.
Yeah, I know. I got a cat on me.
You got this. The cat will bring luck.
And you do have a cat in game on you as well.
I do.
True.
So I got 2 cats on me. Let's see.
Does she get cat vantage?
No.
No, because that's bad.
I'm a cat. Dude, I love him.
I'm a cat.
It's wisdom saving throw.
Yes.
I know it's pretty high.
I should have a +7, I believe.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Not good enough. Lucky feet.
You don't think 18's good enough? All right, go ahead and
No,
roll again.
It is. No, it is.
I mean, you get to choose which roll, so whatever.
Yeah.
But 18.
Yep.
You start to have a panic attack as you're looking. Between the withdrawals of coming off of these drugs, it's been days. You're really starting to get into the thick of those withdrawals, and just with the adrenaline backing off from the ice and the cold and that fear that you developed from having been almost frozen to death as a toddler, it kind of starts to kick in at the same time. And so Twilight starts to have a little bit of a panic attack while you're searching, which kind of motivates you to look as well. Like, the drug will calm me down. This will help me with the panic attack from the freezing, and the withdrawals will be gone because I'll have done it, and you kind of start to have this do it, and you fall into a little bit of a cycle on just, I have to find this. So go ahead and roll your survival check. Yeah, survival. You're gonna roll survival with disadvantage. It's 2d20, take the lower.
That sucks, because I'm highly proficient in survival.
Survival is your shtick, but you'll get to take the lower of the two rolls, unfortunately. The lower was a 22. That's not bad.
Hell yeah.
So, I mean, you actually do. You find a singular bush, but unfortunately, like in your panic and your shaking and everything, you're only able to collect maybe 1 pound roughly off of it. Even though you found a whole bush, you mangled it in your attempt to get a successful amount off of it.
I do have a bag of holding. Can I put some of it in there?
Regardless of how much you can hold, you mangled the plant. It's not usable. Like, you messed it up. You did not cut it properly. You were shaking too bad in the panicked withdrawal state you were in. You weren't paying enough attention. You destroyed most of the bush. Ended up with 1 pound of non-magical drugs. You were not able to find the drugs you actually wanted to find specifically.
Well, I guess it's better than nothing.
You figure you can probably get 16 doses out of this.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
It is not a very potent option. The standard marijuana would actually do better than this, but you found enough to at least get you through a bit. And you in your shaking and everything, you just do what you got to do right there to get into it. So go ahead and roll another wisdom save real quick.
Wouldn't it be okay to mix it with the mushrooms that I found? Make it more potent?
You do not have magic mushrooms. You have literal plain mushrooms you would put in a stew.
That's right. Alright, so what am I rolling?
You are rolling a wisdom save. Uh, 17. You do manage to mostly calm yourself down. You can't get the shaking to stop, though. You can tell it's not the actual cold around you, but you can't shake off the feeling that you're freezing. Like, that panic is still there to some degree in your mind, but you've got yourself under control. You're not shaking anymore. And you're able to get back to camp easily enough to lay down and go to sleep. How about Tempest? What is it? Or I already asked Tempest. Pious. Do you have anything that might require some rolls before bed?
No.
No? Alright. In Captive Fires, you're just... Tonight is being used very specifically for your making of your auto plate armor. We're at the 4-hour, 8-minute mark, so this is a good time for us to wrap it up. As we come back next week, we will be level 5.
We made it, guys and girls.
We're a quarter of the way there, baby!
Yep.
Yeah.
everyone is alive.
Barely.
Definitely shaken up a little bit. But yeah, there's things are starting to get heavy. There's one event already to show just how bad this is really going to get. It's not a matter of just, oh, we kill some mindless monsters along the way. You guys are going to have to deal with things that take more thought. They'll take strength of mind, strength of heart, not just strength of your magic and body.
Real quick, we do get a long rest, correct?
Yes, we will come back. You'll be leveled up, long rest. We will be starting the day off with resources and reinvigorated.
My character sheet just got real weird.
I bet it did.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I believe level 5 is when proficiency bonus goes up.
Yep.
So that'll be fun going over your roll gate character sheets since you have to manually compensate for the change in proficiency bonus.
Yeah, we have +3 now, right?
Yeah.
No. Do we if we multi-class?
Yes, proficiency goes up by total level, not individual class level. Unlike attack bonus of 3.5.
That's what I'm thinking of. Okay.
God damn.
I don't know what spells to take because I've already taken all the good thunder and lightning ones.
So I did, for me, we can. Is the stream still going, or do we?
Yeah, it is. Let me go ahead and just finish wrapping that up real quick. We can come back and show off all the new stuff next time. But yeah, all you chocobos and moogles. Hopefully we'll have a cleaner, nicer stream for y'all to look at and see as we go. And thank you for joining us.
I love you. Goodbye.
Bye.
Me.